This happened in the early summer of 2020, right when COVID was at its peak. I'm sure most of you can relate to staying at home during quarantine and not being able to go out. With the constant boredom of staying locked away inside of my house, I decided to take a day for a fishing trip. My name is Edgar. I'm 17 years old now, but the events that I'm about to tell you happened about 5 years ago. It started with me and my grandfather Richard. We were going fishing just like we had many times before in our little boat in the middle of the lake. I loved those moments with my grandfather. It was relaxing, and he would tell me stories all day long. One day, it all changed, however, a day I wish never happened. Still, after 5 years, I'm not forgetting any details. It still burned deep into my mind. It started out normal enough. We gathered our fishing gear, got it in the back of our truck, and hopped in. We headed out for the lake, and the drive went by smoothly. After we got there, we transferred all our gear from the truck into the boat and got in ourselves, letting the water carry the boat as we made our way a bit deeper. It was beautiful out in the water, surrounded by nature, our boat gently rocking left and right. It was a great lifestyle, and we both loved it. As we were casting our fishing rods, my grandpa telling me one of his stories, I noticed something glinting a bit in front of our boat. I pointed it out to my grandfather, who decided to try and fish it out. Maybe it was a necklace or something, and we thought that it would be cool if we found something like that in the water. As my grandfather cast his line and started to roll it back, I could see he didn't catch the shiny object. He did catch something, though. I could see it even under the water. As he pulled the object out, we could both see that it was a bone. Weird, we thought, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was small enough to be a fish bone or something, so we just cast a line again. This time, however, the line seemed to struggle with the weight, but we could see the shiny object coming up. As he was bringing it out, I could see the object was attached to something bigger, but in the water, I thought it could just be some random trash laying around. As he got it out of the water, however, it all changed. What we saw in front of us was, without a doubt, a human skull, and there was a pendant attached around one of its eye sockets. My grandfather quickly tossed the fishing rod from his hands, and he wanted to go home immediately. We didn't bring cell phones, so we had to get back home to call the police. We made it back, and in a rush, we jumped into the truck as he sped off. It was slowly starting to get dark as we made our way home, the forest surrounding us. I thought I could see a shadowy figure running along our side in the forest on multiple occasions. I didn't bring it up to my grandpa, however, because it looked like it was a humanoid but running on 4 legs, and I was sure humans can't run that fast, so I just thought it was my imagination because I was scared. When we got home, my grandpa called the police and told them where the lake was and that there was a fishing pole there too. Some officers came to our house to get a report, and we explained how we came across it. They thanked us for our time and were on their way as me and my grandfather watched behind. That night, I had trouble sleeping, waking up multiple times to see a shadowy figure in the corner of my room, just for it to be gone after I blinked again. I woke up the next morning feeling tired, like I had just run a marathon instead of sleeping. I went downstairs, and my mom had already cooked me some waffles for breakfast, which made the morning a bit more bearable. I loved waffles. I finished up eating and headed outside to play with my friends, but I could never shake the feeling of being watched. When I brought it up to my friends, they would say that they felt normal and that I'm just paranoid. I believed them. I hadn't seen anything, after all, and I was ruining fun for myself and them because of my paranoia. It still didn't help. In fact, every day that went by, the feeling became stronger and more frequent. It had gotten to the point where I didn't want to leave the house at all, because I was feeling unsafe. When my grandfather saw me acting strange, he asked me what was wrong. I don't know, Grandpa. I saw something moving parallel to our car when we were coming back from that lake, I said, expecting him to comfort me and say how everything is going to be fine. What I saw instead was a pure look of terror and panic on my grandfather's face as he got up and frantically paced around the room. They followed us. I should have known they'd follow us. They never found that damned skull. It was a trap all along, he said as I saw a couple of tears forming in his eyes. Why the hell did you tell me this now, huh? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He yelled as I started to cry, thinking I had done something terrible. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me because I was scared. I couldn't. I trailed off as tears coated my cheeks and dripped from my face. My grandpa didn't even look at me as he headed for the stairs. We're doomed, I could hear him mumble as he made his way up. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I felt guilty. I didn't know why my grandfather was so upset. Sure, I could sometimes see a figure in the shadows or feel something watching me, but it never affected me otherwise. When it was about 4 a.m. and I could finally feel my eyes getting heavy, I could hear some sort of chanting sound mixed with buzzing. Right after that, I heard a loud crash in the hallway. I didn't know what it was, but I was too scared to look. I stayed in my bed until I heard my mom scream loudly. I jumped out of bed, not caring about the fear anymore, thinking something bad had happened to my mother. As I rushed out to the hallway, I saw my mother crying over my grandpa, who was lying on the floor. When I got closer, I saw the reason she was crying. My grandpa looked like he had drowned, blue color enveloping his skin, his clothes wet. I couldn't hold my vomit in any longer. I puked all over the floor, feeling nauseous and lightheaded as I passed out. I woke up in my room, my mother sitting next to me on a chair. She hugged me after I woke up and cried on my shoulder. I asked her if Grandpa was dead, and she just nodded her head. His lungs were full of water. No one knows how it happened or how he got to the hallway in that condition. It was all a mystery. My mother did, however, report that she heard whispered chants along with buzzing. After I told her I heard the same thing, she was shocked, thinking it was all in her head from the lack of sleep she'd been getting recently. We both went to bed that night, my eyes growing heavy as soon as I lay down on the bed. I dozed off almost immediately from exhaustion, but I was awoken by the sound of whispered chanting and buzzing coming from the hallway. Thinking it was whatever had killed my grandfather, I stayed in my room, silent as the night outside my house. That was until about 20 minutes later, I once again heard my mother scream and then gurgle like she was drowning. I jumped out of bed again, but as soon as I reached for the door, the sound stopped. As I opened it, I could see my mother in the same state my grandfather was the night before, blue skin, wet clothes. I started crying uncontrollably for hours until I finally found myself going to the phone and dialing 911. An ambulance and police officers came. I don't remember any of it. The funeral, those couple of days went by in a blur. I found myself in a foster home right up until last month. They let me come back to my property because I was turning 18 soon. As I'm recording this, there is a sound in front of my door. It sounds like whisper chanting and buzzing. I think they are waiting until 12 a.m. when I turn 18. This is probably my last day here, and I wanted to post this as a warning to everyone. If there is a shiny object in the water while you're fishing, turn around and go home. It's not worth it. I live in South Florida, a place where it's notorious to go fishing. My state was still on lockdown, but I didn't care. I drove about an hour's drive away to Key West and went under a bridge to where I was sure I would get a decent catch. The waves were a little rough, but it didn't matter. Fast forward to about 30 minutes later, I'm still fishing, waiting for a bite. I look to my left and see what appeared to be a blue tarp setup behind one of the pillars of the bridge. I thought nothing of it, but for whatever reason, I looked back and saw a man standing there looking at me. To be honest, he kind of startled me as I jumped a little bit and nodded my head as a hello. However, he didn't seem to acknowledge my greeting as he kept staring at me with this blank expression I couldn't even describe. By the looks of it, he looked homeless, worn, torn clothes and had a full, on-white beard, kind of like what you would picture as your typical old fisherman. What made me unsettled, however, was that his right hand was always behind his back. I pretended to concentrate on fishing, but I could still feel his gaze looking at me. Suddenly, he then jumps into the water and is swimming directly toward me. Even with the rough waves and the current from under the bridge, he was extremely fast. I was out from under that bridge in less than 15 seconds and got in my car with my foot glued to the gas pedal. I also left my stuff behind as, obviously, my life was more worth saving than that. I drove about a few miles where I stopped at a gas station for a snack and then proceeded to go home. What that man was going to do to me or what he wanted, I don't know. I assumed he was probably a dangerous homeless person who didn't like people near where he lived. The next day, I drove back to the bridge and tried to get my stuff, only to find it gone. Not only that, but the blue tarp and the man were also gone. Nothing was left except for an old hunting knife left on one of the platforms where the pillars were held up. After seeing it, I knew that's probably what he was hiding behind his back. In the English county of Worcestershire lies the small village of Audingley. These days, Audingley is little more than a collection of sleepy country lanes and quaint Tudoresque homes, but in the early 19th century, Audingley was the site of a truly grisly, unsolved murder with some terrifyingly feasible occult connotations. In the late afternoon of June 24, 1806, the Reverend George Parker of Audingley Parish was out walking in his fields, looking to bring his cattle in for the evening. It had been a swelteringly hot summer's day, one that marked the feast of St. John the Baptist, or, as it used to be known to the ancient pagan population of the British Isles, Midsummer's Day. Audingley village had been particularly empty because many of the farmers had gone to the Midsummer Fair in nearby Bromsgrove, but for some reason, the Reverend Parker had chosen not to attend. Just why exactly the Reverend would choose not to attend such a holy festival is up for debate, but it's entirely possible it's due to the day's pre-Christian history. Whatever the reason, as Reverend Parker was walking across his fields that baking hot afternoon, someone was watching him, someone who was watching from a thicket of trees nearby, someone who didn't want to be seen. As the Reverend continued on his way and passed by the thicket, he heard something emerging from the bushes behind him. When he turned, the Reverend was greeted by a masked man wearing a thick, long leather coat. When asked his identity, the masked man said nothing. Instead, he simply produced a shotgun from under his coat and aimed it at the Reverend's gut. The Reverend raised a hand in his defense, foolishly hoping that he could stop a barrel full of buckshot from ripping through him with nothing but his bare palm. He begged the gunman not to fire, for he had a wife and a child back at home, and only a true monster would slay a man of God such as he. But still, the masked man stayed silent, offering nothing in response. Instead, he pulled the trigger of his shotgun and sent the Reverend falling back to the dirt. The masked man could have aimed at the Reverend's head or neck, opening an artery or bursting his skull like a coconut, but he didn't. He deliberately aimed at the man's sternum, and it seems he did so to ensure his victim was alive for what came next. The masked man took his time over the execution of his victim. Instead of ending his suffering there and then, the masked man kept the Reverend alive long enough for him to let out a series of agonized pleas for assistance. It's not clear whether or not the masked man simply watched in silence or passed along one final message to the dying man, but either way, his screams were so loud that they echoed for miles around. Then, instead of finishing off his victim with another blast of the shotgun, the masked man picked up a large stick that was lying in the grass nearby and proceeded to beat the Reverend about the skull so hard that by the time he was found, there was very little left to recognize him. By chance, two butchers by the name of Giles and Lynch had been walking through the area at the time of the attack and had heard the Reverend's blood-curdling screams as he was set upon by the masked man. They rushed towards the scene of the crime, and upon realizing that he had been detected, the masked man fled across the field with Giles in hot pursuit. Lynch did what he could for the dying clergyman, but his skull had been so badly crushed that he simply didn't stand a chance of recovery. All the butcher could do was comfort the Reverend as he uttered his final words. Meanwhile, Giles was racing after the masked man, unable to see the shotgun he held concealed under his long coat. As he got closer and closer, the masked man appeared to be slowing, fiddling with something at his waist. Giles saw his chance to apprehend the brigand and accelerated in preparation to tackle him, but the masked man turned, brought his shotgun to bear, and fired off a spray of deadly metal shrapnel. Giles was quick. He immediately dropped to the ground just before the trigger was pulled, and the buckshot went flying over his head. Knowing he would be killed if he continued the pursuit, Giles stayed down as the masked man fled, forced to watch as the criminal escaped into some nearby woods. By the time Giles had returned to his colleague Lynch, the Reverend had died, but not before managing to splutter out one final word before taking his final breath, midsummer. Given that the murder victim was a man of the cloth, the level of outrage was off the charts, and the local populace demanded that the perpetrator be apprehended. The descriptions of the crime as well as the suspect were circulated far and wide in the hopes he might be located, with authorities taking the matter so seriously that certain ports were closed so that the murderer would be unable to flee the country. Several people came forward to say that the description of the attacker matched that of a local tradesman named Richard Hemming, and when sheriffs stopped by the man's home, they found that he had been missing for several days. Convinced they had their suspect, authorities scoured the surrounding countryside for several weeks, but not a trace of Hemming could be found. Finding him was one thing, but determining Hemming's motive was another thing entirely. It quickly struck investigators that the Reverend wasn't a popular man since he had hiked up his tenant's rent when he took over as the landowner, but this was something of an oversimplification. As investigators dug deeper and deeper into Ottingley's history, they found some very disturbing things indeed. When the Reverend Parker had taken over as landowner some years before, he found he had waded into a very isolated and culturally unique area of Worcestershire. Unlike the rest of the country, which adhered to a fairly rigid lifestyle of tithes, religious orthodoxy, and a strict adherence to the calendar of Christian festivals, Ottingley seemed to play by its own set of rules. The farmers there had become accustomed to paying a much lower rate of tax than their counterparts elsewhere and eschewed traditional Christian holidays in deference to midsummer. A man of the cloth such as Reverend Parker would have obviously found this kind of behavior abhorrent, maybe even verging on sacrilegious. But every attempt by him to bring the locals into line was outright rejected. Rumor has it that the raising of their rent occurred after repeated threats from the Reverend Parker, who urged the population of Ottingley to abandon their wicked ways and return to Jesus. If they did, the rent would remain at their accustomed rate, but they refused. The Reverend would bring their rent in line with the rest of the country. Then, following their defiance, the Reverend proved true to his word. Now it's very possible that Reverend Parker was killed by one of his tenants as retaliation for raising the rent. It's also very possible that his contempt for the unique religious practices was also a motivating factor. However, there are some who believe that the date of his murder is perhaps the most relevant detail of the case and that it gives us our one real hint into the dark, unholy nature of Ottingley Village. Could it be that the Reverend was actually the scheduled midsummer sacrifice for that year and that his ritual execution just so happened to kill two birds with one stone? The wearing of the long leather coat certainly seems to suggest so, as it might well have been some kind of ritual garb meant for the midsummer executioner. This is also backed up by the use of the large stick as the weapon of choice. The murderer could have quite easily made the killing quick and painless, but they chose not to. Instead, the Reverend was killed with something natural, produced by Mother Nature, in a brutal and bloody fashion, possibly after some kind of rite or prayer was recited over his wounded form. But, without having apprehended the murderer, the true motive behind the killing was a complete mystery, one that would take almost 30 years to unravel. 24 years later, on a cold winter's morning in 1830, a groundskeeper named Charles Burton was tending to his duties on some Audingley farmland. It seemed like any other day, but little did he know he was about to unearth a mystery that had plagued Audingley for almost a quarter of a century. The farm had changed little since the gruesome events of 1806, and the new landowner was keen to renovate one of the run-down old barns. On the 21st of January, at 4 o'clock, as he was digging out the foundations of a particularly old barn that was to be completely replaced, the groundskeeper suddenly stumbled across a shoe, then bones, and fabric. To his horror, he realized that he had discovered a human corpse. Burton suspected at once whose remains it could be and alerted the authorities. The next day, constables accompanied him to the scene before spending a cold, frightening night guarding the skeleton. Over the next few days, the remains and the objects found lying with them were carefully examined. Investigators found that the victim's skull had been beaten into many pieces, and it was clear from the outset that whoever had been murdered had endured a savage and painful death before lying there undiscovered for decades. Given that the victim was dispatched in almost exactly the same way as the Reverend Parker, it was initially speculated that their killer could be one and the same. But when the skeleton was examined, the skull reconstructed, and the victim's belongings catalogued, investigators came to a shocking conclusion that the corpse belonged to none other than Richard Hemming, the man suspected of murdering the Reverend Parker all those years ago. So how exactly did Parker's murderer also come to suffer an equally gory death in almost exactly the same way? Well, if the confession of Mr. Tommy Clues is to be believed, Hemming's murder was the work of other villagers who wished to keep the whole thing a secret. It appears as if Hemming had drawn the proverbial short straw when it came to deciding who would be the Reverend's assassin, and the plan was for the members to meet up with their fellow conspirators at a piece of Audingley farmland to confirm the deed had been done. Yet, for some reason, either to keep him quiet or as part of the wider midsummer sacrifice, Hemming was escorted to a barn and then attacked by his fellow conspirators. But again, instead of simply cutting his throat or shooting him, Hemming was subdued before his skull was smashed to pieces. We could understand if this was some kind of eye for an eye style of vengeance for killing a man of God, but we've already established that the Reverend was extremely unpopular among the locals. Sure, the other villagers may have wished to keep Hemming quiet after all. Dead men tell no tales, but it also seems feasible that the ceremonial killing of the man who himself committed a ritual slaughter might well be part of some wider scheme of pagan sacrifice. Although no one was ever arrested for either murder, there were rumors that one of the surviving conspirators was terrified of vengeful spirits right up until the day he died. Tommy Clue's confession was essentially on his deathbed, but his refusal to name the rest of those involved caused authorities to threaten him with prosecution. However, the old man died before he could ever face a judge, and the secrets of Reverend Parker's murder were buried with him. Yet the village of Audingley survives to this day, and the conspiring villagers no doubt had sons and daughters who, in turn, bore children of their own. The unholy traditions that led to the Reverend's death might well have survived too, passed from generation to generation, each taking up the bloody traditions of their forefathers. It's a chilling enough thought to avoid the country lanes around Audingley in late July, lest you become the next midsummer sacrifice, whose final image on this earth will be a masked man in a long leather coat swinging the limb of an oak tree down onto your skull. As a father of a daughter, this incident will haunt me for the rest of my life. My 16-year-old daughter Laura grew up to be the brightest young lady, and my wife John and I couldn't be prouder of her. Laura was so jolly that she made friends wherever she went. It was the month of November, and everyone was getting ready to celebrate the winter festivals coming our way. Our family celebrated Thanksgiving at my brother's farmhouse every year in Ohio, so we drove there a week before Thanksgiving to make some cheerful memories. One morning, I was headed to the bank to finish some important paperwork before leaving for Ohio when I noticed a boy standing on the sidewalk facing our house and looking at the window of my daughter's room. He was smiling while staring at Laura's room. I was about to knock him out, thinking he was stalking her, but when I looked up, I saw Laura was standing in front of her window and waving at him with a blushed face. I realized now that they knew each other, so it would be better to talk to Laura first before hurling on this boy. I left and decided to sit down with Laura and talk that night. After finishing dinner, Laura was heading upstairs. I stopped her and told her to sit next to me. I wanted to talk to you about that boy. Who? What are you saying, Dad? Relax, Laura, you don't have to be afraid. I just wanted to know who he is. Her face turned red as she hesitated for some time. Honey, don't be afraid. We just want the best for you. Come on, tell us about him, John added. His name is Ross. He is in my class. Okay, where does he live? 2 blocks away. His dad is the local sheriff. Really? That's good. I know the sheriff. So how long have you guys been friends? We met at a science fair. He is a nice guy, Dad. We like each other. Okay, I don't have any issues, but we need to set some boundaries for your safety. No matter how much John mocked me for becoming a bit possessive about my daughter, it was natural. I set the common boundaries that any dad would to protect his teenage daughter in her growing years. Soon, I started to see Ross walking Laura home after school. I couldn't find anything wrong with him, and being the sheriff's son, I was a bit relieved, thinking maybe he is better than other high school boys. One day, I was coming home from work and on my way, I stopped at the local department store to buy some necessary things before leaving for Thanksgiving. There, I met the local sheriff, Mr. Daniel Truman. He was shopping for some groceries as well. I walked up to him and said, "Hello, Daniel." "Hey, how are you, Alex?" "I am good." "So, any plans for Thanksgiving?" "Not much. Going to stay home with my son, I guess." "Talking about your son, are you aware that he and my daughter are becoming friends now?" I expected him to be happy about it, but instead, his face turned all serious, and he replied, "I see. What happened? Is something bothering you?" "No, just hoping they will be friends and nothing else." Saying this, he walked past me, and I felt very humiliated. I couldn't move for a few minutes as a sudden rude behavior caught me off guard. I came home and told my wife about this encounter. She too couldn't guess what could be the reason behind Sheriff Daniel's off-putting attitude. I mean, both the kids belong to good families, then why did he seem so upset his son was going out with my daughter? I didn't tell Laura all about this because I didn't want to complicate things for her at such a young age. We started to pack for our trip, and slowly this matter slipped away from my mind. 2 nights before our trip to Ohio, Laura came to me and said she doesn't want to go to her uncle's farmhouse this year. I asked her why. Laura remained silent, keeping her face down. I asked if she wished to spend Thanksgiving with Ross, and her face lit up immediately. I couldn't see my daughter sad, so I told her Ross could come with us if he wants to. Laura ran to call him, but I made sure his father agrees only then. The main reason why I allowed Ross to tag along was to keep my daughter close and also not to break her heart in this vulnerable age. The next morning, Ross came to my house. We talked about this entire trip thing, and I was stunned to see how confident he was. He was way more mature than half of the kids his age. He said his father has approved, and he is ready to come with us. Without much to do, we hopped into the car and got on the road. Ross was very well behaved, and my wife John kept saying the entire journey how cute they both looked. After driving for 3 hours, we reached Crystal Lake. The sun was about to set, and a dying yellow light mixed with the blue night sky made the horizon look like a dream. My brother and his family greeted us in the house, and Laura introduced everyone to Ross. To my surprise, Ross won everyone over in a very short span. He was helping in the kitchen, playing with the kids, and also showed interest when we watched the game. It didn't feel at all like he was an outsider. Although he was settling completely well, I couldn't help but feel a bit weird about all this. I don't know why things were seeming too good to be true to me at that moment. As the night fell, we all sat down for dinner, and everyone was laughing and cheering. I was about to shove a big piece of beef steak in my mouth when my phone rang. I noticed it on the couch, so I got up and walked to get it. Everyone else didn't pay much attention to me and kept enjoying themselves. It was a call from an unknown number. As I picked it up, I could hear sirens of cop cars driving at fast speed as the sound of wind hovered through the phone speaker. "Hello, who is it?" "Alex, you must listen to me. This is Sheriff Truman. Act calm and go somewhere where my son can't hear you, please. Don't ask any questions or take my name, just do what I say." Even though I was confused like hell, my instinct said to follow the sheriff's instructions. Without expressing anything, I slowly walked out of the room to the back garden of the house. I closed the glass door behind me, and no one noticed me. Ronald was laughing with everyone else. I am alone now. What the hell is going on, Daniel? Where is Ronald now? In the living room. Eating dinner with my family. Will you please tell me what's going on here? Alex, my son is a deranged psychopath, and the only reason I wanted to keep him away from your daughter was to keep them both safe. I know I should have done something earlier, but as a father, I kept on burying the vicious crimes he did since he was 4 years old. First, he killed his pet dog and then started harming animals. But when he bludgeoned my wife to death, knowing she was pregnant with another child, I realized what devil we had brought into this world. He can't share those whom he thinks as his close ones. I didn't permit him to travel with you guys, so he threatened me with a gun and tied me up in the basement. When I finally managed to set myself free, I noticed he was going with one of my guns. He has taken them all and is going to murder your entire family to get Laura just for himself. You must stop him before becoming violent. Keep a close eye on him. I'm coming to your place. I have already tracked down your location from this call. Just please don't make him mad, or he will snap out like a venomous snake." Saying all this in one go, the sheriff disconnected the call, and I turned around with fearful eyes to my loving family, who were now seen laughing with a deranged murderer that has come with a plan to finish them all. I uttered to myself that I must keep calm and protect my family. I got inside and went straight to Ronald's room. My idea was to take the guns away, but as I opened his rucksack, I saw dozens of knives and other basic weapons, but the gun was missing. Seems like you and my dad both want to ruin my Thanksgiving this year. I turned back and found Ronald standing behind me with a gun. I lunged at him to take it away, but he dodged carefully and hit me on the head with the middle end of the gun. I fell unconscious on the floor with throbbing pain and heard Ronald say, "Happy Thanksgiving." I don't remember when I came back to my senses, but a squashy sound followed by a metallic smell started to take over my drowsy mind. I opened my eyes slowly and saw Laura tied up to a chair with a huge bruise on her head. She was unconscious as well, but as I laid my eyes around, I realized the danger is much bigger than this. All my family members, my wife, my brother, his wife, and his 2 kids, were lying on the floor bludgeoned to death. Yes, Ronald killed them all. What have you done? Oh, Alex, you're awake. Nothing, just getting what is mine. My dad had never understood me, but don't know why I think you will. I love your daughter, and I want her. I love her so much that I can't share her with anyone, not even her family, not even you. He raised his gun at me once again, and just then, the main door slammed open, and I heard 6 gunshots back to back. Bullets pierced his chest like crazy, and he fell on the floor, vomiting blood. As his lifeless body fell on the ground, I saw Sheriff Truman standing behind him with his empty gun. That night, a father shot his son to save another father and his daughter. I surely lost my family at the hands of a psychopath. And this pain will never go away. But whenever I think about Truman, who will have to live with this realization that he killed his son, I find my suffering small compared to him. Laura and I don't celebrate Thanksgiving anymore because neither of us feels thankful about anything in this life anymore. Growing up, my parents were incredibly strict and overprotective. No sleepovers, no boys, and no going anywhere without their explicit approval. They kept tabs on who I was with, their phone numbers, their parents' phone numbers, and exactly what time I was expected back. Definitely no dates. I rarely even went out with friends. Going to see a movie on a Saturday was a special occasion. The only place I could get around my parents' rigid rules was online, where, because they didn't know how to use the computer, they never monitored me. That's why in high school I rebelled in the only way I knew how. I started a blog. Yep, I was 17 and I ran an erotic blog. No, not porn. More like photos of myself wearing very little clothing in bed. Everything was just so covered for the purpose of anonymity because, as incredibly dumb and naive as I was back then, I had at least an iota of common sense. None of the photos showed my entire face, just my mouth or jawline, the arch of my neck, never my eyes. Interspersed with the photos were blog entries, the life of my amorously blessed alter ego, Claire. Claire was completely fictional and therefore she was a lot of things I wasn't, primarily social and sexually active. I would fabricate stories of dates, affairs, and sexual experimentation, just dumb, romance novel type stuff. I was living vicariously through this confident, beautiful, made-up girl. I fancied myself an alright writer back then, but looking back, it's pretty funny now. It was probably mostly just drivel, but I enjoyed running it, and my readers seemed to like it. You'd think it would have just been dirty old men, but I had quite a few women readers too, who told me how I was helping them become more confident. There was something just so exhilarating about having people be drawn to you online when you're so lonely and cloistered in real life. Anyway, fast forward 3 years. By now I was halfway across the country in college, out from under my parents' rule. I had a few good friends, and I was doing pretty well. I still had trouble being very social, because I was so unused to it, but at least I wasn't so lonely anymore. I hadn't updated the blog in over 2 years, and honestly, I had mostly forgotten all about it. I also had a boyfriend. His name was David, and we met in the history seminar in the fall of my sophomore year. He was tall, lovely, kind, and had quite an outgoing personality, probably in contrast to our awkward first date when I, shy and still mostly petrified of social interaction, could barely string together 10 complete sentences, but he seemed to like my shyness. He was outgoing and forward. Making friends wherever we went. He'd constantly tell me it was cute that I blushed when people talked to me and say how I should be glad that he was with me to facilitate conversation with other people. One time he told me I was lucky that he had stuck around, that he said no other guy would have bothered, that I was so affection starved that I was convinced he was right. One day, about 3 months into the relationship, over Christmas break, I got a call from him at home. When I picked up, the first thing he said was, "Who's Claire?" It took a second, but when I realized what he must have been referring to, my entire body went cold. How was this possible? How could he have found out about what I said? Claire, www.claireblog.com. Is this you? My heart pounded, and my mind raced that I had no idea how he had found the blog. Could I possibly deny it? There was nothing on the entire website that linked back to my real name or my real email address. That I had made sure of that. None of the photos showed my face, but they showed enough that if you knew me in real life, you could probably tell it was me. Feeling cornered, I told him I would talk to him later and hung up. That I spent that whole day on the verge of a panic attack. Finally, I realized I had to just admit it. For some reason, at the time, it seemed like the end of the world that my boyfriend had found my stupid blog from high school. Nowadays I would be like, yeah, I ran a blog and posted hot pics of myself. So what? It was all just fiction anyway. But of course, I've grown older and wiser now, and I was a naive idiot back then. That I called him back and cried as I explained all the reasons I had written and maintained this blog. Eventually, he said, "It's okay, I think I understand." At some point, I had asked him how he had found it, and he told me that an ex-girlfriend of his had seen posts on Facebook of us together, went on Google, searched for me, and somehow turned up this blog, the link to which she then sent to David. "Sorry," he told me, "I don't talk to her anymore. She just still bothers me all the time. That she's kind of a psycho." I was a little upset at that, but I didn't want to annoy him any further, so I didn't press the issue. Things went mostly back to normal then, but then the emails started. That I woke up to the first one about a week later. That it had been sent at 3 a.m. and was from some blatantly fake address, like Claire_the_6969 @hotmail.com. All it said was, "You're disgusting." I realized it must have been from David's psycho ex. I was a little unnerved, but I just deleted and ignored it. However, the emails didn't stop. They kept coming, at least one, sometimes two a night, always from a new fake email like Claire_the_72993, Claire_the____, etc. Always time-stamped exactly at 3 or 4 a.m. The contents of the emails began to increase in their level of vitriol. First, it was more of the same, variations of, "You are so gross," or "You're up." Then she would send me copies of the photos from my blog, which I had deleted right after David confronted me about it. She must have saved the entries somewhere, with horrible things written across them, like "fat," or "die," or "kill yourself," etc. I showed David the emails and asked if he could make her stop, but he just shrugged and said it was out of his control. It kept escalating. She started mentioning my friends' names in the emails, things like, "I showed Rachel and Alex you're sick," website, "They're disgusted by you," or "I told Evan and James, they act like they're your friends, but behind your back they all think you're disgusting." Sometimes she would pretend to be one of my friends and write things like, "I said hi to you on campus yesterday and you think I like hanging out, but I know what you really are, you're just ___." Once she copied and pasted an entire blog entry into the body of an email. It was non-stop, night after night. I would wake up in the morning terrified of seeing another email from her in my inbox. That I stopped opening them. That I was constantly stressed. I never knew for sure if she had actually sent my photos around to everyone I knew. That I lost sleep, that I lost weight, that I begged David to make her stop, but he kept saying there was nothing he could do. Things with David were deteriorating as well. He was annoyed that I kept bringing up the emails. That he began to make it sound as though it were all my fault. That he said it was hard to believe that I hadn't actually done all those sexual things I had written about. This was the kicker. His ex was from my hometown, he said, and she had told him stories she'd heard from people I went to high school with about all the dirty things I used to do, orgies, bondage, hard drugs. How could I lie to him and trick him into believing I was a shy virgin? He wanted to know that I told him none of those things were true. She was obviously making it up. Do you really believe her over me? I asked. I don't know what to believe. He said that he told me I had become untrustworthy, that as twisted as it was. I started to believe that I apologized to him over and over until finally he forgave me and told me it was all right, that he believed me, that I was lucky he understood and would stay with me, because who else would? I had never been so relieved that I was lucky. I was so lucky, wasn't I? We'd been taking things really slow physically because I actually was a virgin, and regardless of make-believe Claire's make-believe sexcapades, anything sex-related still made me incredibly nervous. But after that, I had sex with David for the first time because I felt like I owed him that he had stayed with me. I was so lucky that I didn't enjoy it afterwards. He whispered, I believe you. You really have never had sex before. It felt sickly like winning. Eventually, after about 2 months, the ex must have gotten bored because the emails slowed and then stopped. David broke up with me shortly after, cruelly and kindly, the day after my 21st birthday. I was a complete wreck for a while, but hey, life goes on. 3 months or so after that, I got another email from Claire_bear_69@hotmail.com at 3 a.m. I can't believe you haven't killed yourself. You should. For the first time, I responded, we're not even dating anymore. You're pathetic. Get a __life. That was the last I ever heard from her. To this day, I don't know her name. I don't know how she found my blog or how she knew the names of my friends or why she was so hell-bent on making me miserable for so long. Even now, when I get Facebook messages or emails from people I don't know, my first reaction is to panic. Of course, I have since realized that I was not at all lucky in my relationship, nor was David the sweet guy that I thought he was at the time. I understand now that it hadn't been my fault. I owed him nothing. It's been 5 years, but I haven't been in a relationship since. I don't know if I could. I think the worst is this. I used to enjoy writing. At one time, I was proud of my blog because, small and insignificant as it was something I created. Even though it was make-believe, it was still mine. They had taken something I had been proud of and turned it into a source of shame. I don't like to write anymore. Even now, I get angry at how they've taken that from me and how easily I was fooled. I'm stupid. I'm naive. Eventually, I got the story of their relationship and how they broke up and why she was so psycho. The details are irrelevant, but suffice it to say, it turns out he had been even more awful to her than he had been to me. But instead of staying far, far away like I've done, all she wanted was for him to take her back. To clarify, none of the email addresses or web addresses used are real. It was just always something blatantly fake and throwaway. I feel like I should preface this by making it clear that I'm not one of these paranormal-obsessed ghost hunting loons that think there's orbs in all their photos. When I tell you that one of my favorite TV shows is Penn and Teller's BS, where they debunk all those nonsense conspiracy theories and whatnot, I think you get an idea of what kind of person I am. For years, I went around thinking that science and logic could account for everything, with the only restrictions being the limits of our own knowledge. That was until something happened to me that I genuinely can't explain, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with any legitimate explanation. The whole thing freaked me out so much that it kicked off a kind of hyperfixation in me that lasted for months on end, to the point that my rational skeptic friends started to think that I was losing my mind. But I haven't lost my mind. It actually happened. As much as people tried to tell me that it was nothing but my mind playing tricks on me, I know what I saw, and it just about put the fear of God into me. We're going back to early spring of 2017 here, the time of the year when it's still getting dark fairly early here in the Northeast. It's around 9 p.m., and I'm driving back to Narragansett from my buddy's place in Newport when I decided to take a shortcut through Saunderstown. It's a drive I'd done like 100 times by that point. I felt like I could do it with my eyes closed at a push. But maybe that's what made me so complacent, a self-assured cockiness that got me into trouble on more than one occasion. Because about halfway into the journey, I must have switched off and taken a wrong turn. Next thing I know, I'm having to turn into a residential cul-de-sac to make a complete 180, and I'm so embarrassingly lost that I find myself reaching for my phone to check Google Maps. I check my position, mentally make a note of the turns I have to make to get back onto the highway, then start turning off the street as I put my phone away. When bam, there's a car in front of me. I slam on the brakes, let out a string of curse words, and prepare myself for, at the very best, a few scolding honks of their horn. I then start mouthing apologies at the driver, taking my hands off the wheel and being like, "Dude, I'm so sorry, my fault, my bad," when I noticed something really unusual about the car they're driving. It was a legit classic car, and don't go thinking 70s Camaro or something. This thing was a Buick, like one from the 30s or 40s or something. The kind of car you'd expect to see Al Capone climbing out of in Prohibition-era Chicago. And it was crisp, too. The guy must have sunk some serious cash into that thing because pretty much everything looked brand new. I suddenly realized that while I'm checking this guy's old car out, I'm actually still blocking him in. So I start backing up after giving him a nice cart kind of thumbs up after pointing to his hood. The guy doesn't react, though, like it all the whole time. He's just smiling at me through his windshield. As I start backing up to let him pass, I remember how he almost looked like one of those old ventriloquist dummies, something about his hair or how waxy and pale he seemed to just trigger the association. Then, right as I'm about to give him enough space, my car just shuts off the engine, the battery, everything. I jiggled the keys around kind of frantically by that point because I figured I'm making a total idiot of myself in front of the dude with a cool vintage car, but nothing happens. Lights won't turn on, engine won't fire. My first thought is, God, of all the times for my battery to die, why now? My car was a piece of garbage back then, making it disappointing but not a total surprise. But I'm still blocking in Buick guy, who's surely getting mightily angry after sitting there for a solid few minutes, so I roll my window down, lean out a little, and start yelling over to the guy's car that he has to go around. But he doesn't respond, and all I can hear is this creepy old music coming from his car. I can't see a thing of him because of his high headlights. He's not saying a thing, and that freaking song is making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Now this is the part that really freaks me out to recall. As the situation with the guy is turning into something of a standoff, I'm sitting there in the driver's seat, wondering why the guy isn't talking, moving, or doing much of anything for that matter. I don't want to honk at the guy. Everything had basically been amicable so far, so I'm just sort of sitting there, waiting, getting more and more anxious as I do so. That's when the lights on my dash start flickering a little, and I think my battery might be coming back on. I don't know much about cars, but I'll take it, so I get all excited thinking I'm going to be getting away from what had been an incredibly awkward situation. I started jiggling my keys in the ignition again, but again, nothing happens. Right until my car radio bursts into life and starts playing the exact same creepy song as the one playing in the other car. It didn't have any lyrics. It was this creepy tritone loop with something playing over it, but somehow it managed to fill me with this feeling of dread as I realized something seriously weird was going on. The whole time I'm basically being blinded by the Buick's headlights while it just sits there. Then suddenly, the thing's headlights cut out, right at the same time my radio does, and I'm plunged into darkness again, with my natural night vision having been totally ruined for a few seconds. While I'm half blinded, I try the ignition once again, and I breathe a huge sigh of relief when my car comes back to life again. But that little moment was severely short-lived, because as my own headlights turn on, the old Buick is nowhere to be seen. It came as such a shock that I actually screamed out loud, spinning around in my seat like I might catch a glimpse of it driving away. But no, there's absolutely no sign of that Buick anywhere. It was like it had just straight up vanished into thin air. You think with a big old engine like that, I'd have heard it driving past me even if I was distracted by other things, and the time between the headlights cutting out and me getting my car running again couldn't be anything over 30 seconds. It would have had to zoom past me to disappear from my view so quickly. Have you ever felt super stoned and you don't even smoke? That's what it felt like. I'm putting the entire thing on myself, trying to explain it away as like a mini stroke or something, and it even occurred to me that my buddy back in Newport might have dosed me with something groovy, so to speak. But no, I was sober as a judge the whole time, and you can bet I didn't drink anything because those Rhode Island state troopers just love hunting DUIs. So, like I said, because I couldn't find any way to explain what happened, it kicked off something of a hyperfixation in me. I revisited the cul-de-sac where it happened, looked up potential classic car owners in the Narragansett area, and researched medical papers on blackouts and time loss. The latter had me convinced that I was suffering from syncopal attacks, basically when your heart doesn't pump enough oxygen to the brain, a pretty serious condition, so as you can imagine, I was only too willing to pony up for a medical checkup. The doctor listened to my heartbeat and checked my blood pressure, then without any further examination, declared there's nothing wrong with my heart. He did say that the blackouts can be caused by stress, but at the time I wasn't particularly stressed about anything, so I ruled that out as an explanation. At one point, I went far out and ended up researching those UFO encounters where people experience time loss, but I figured I'd gone far too down a weird rabbit hole with that one. But as for the thing that people really pick up on with my story for some reason, is the fact that I did actually have a bit of luck when it came to my classic car search. There was a guy out in Middleton who had been trying to sell a 1937 Buick Special for years. The thing was a wreck, but he figured it might catch the eye of some vintage car enthusiasts who'd find the time to fix the old beauty up. I played it off like I was interested in making a purchase, and still feel guilty about how excited he got, and he got his nephew to text me over some pictures of the old thing so I could take a good look at it. I'm not saying it was the same model or shape as the one I saw on that cul-de-sac, but I'm not gonna lie, it looked pretty similar. But it's an absolute impossibility that it's the same car, right? A coincidence if ever there was one, yet some of the people I talk to about this will always point out the connection and tell me I should have asked where he got it, if the old thing had been involved in a murder or hit and run. Truth is, the guy didn't know. He said his dad picked it up at a police auction and died before he could get a chance to fix it up, and obviously anything he knew about the car was buried with him. I suppose I've rambled on enough about this now. And I've already made my point that I can't explain what happened to me that night without sounding like a complete fruitcake, so I guess I'll just do what I always do and leave it up to you guys to decide what it was. But please don't tell me ghost car or whatever, because I've been hearing that nonsense for like 4 years now, and I'm sick to death of hearing it. And besides, hypothetically, if I did believe in ghosts, I think it would mess me up pretty bad to think that I got so close to one but still drove away unscathed. Ask anyone working in fast food if it's something they enjoy, and the answer will always be no. Their reasons might not be as concerning as mine, but the opinion is usually the same. I was 20 years old and had just gotten a job at a local fast food place that wasn't one of those chain restaurants, so that also meant that it wasn't run very well. Only on my third day, I was left alone after 8 p.m. to close the restaurant by myself. I didn't like the feeling of being there alone, but it was a pretty small town, and there were only 3 hours left on my shift. I was waiting at the counter for someone to come in and order something, but no one came in for at least an hour. After being there alone, I heard the door open, and the bell that was hanging on the handle started to ding. I looked up from my phone, and my heart dropped just a little. Standing only a few feet away from me was a very large, very disheveled, seemingly homeless man. Now, don't judge me for being scared. Most young women are scared of the presence of really any guy, let alone one who looks like he's been living on the streets for half a decade. I was, of course, still very polite to him. He walked up to the counter, and I had to hold off from gagging at the smell radiating off his body. He was very soft-spoken, which eased my nerves a little, but I still felt uneasy about the situation. He ordered a burger and fries, and I got to making it right away. As I walked the couple of steps back into the kitchen, he must have noticed that I didn't call the order out for anyone else to make it. "Are you here alone tonight, sweetie?" And my whole body lit up with chills. I told him of course I wasn't there alone and that my coworkers were just having a smoke break out back, but he didn't buy it. Though really, because I was just back there, and I saw nobody back there. Don't lie to me, darling. I started to get extremely uncomfortable and wanted nothing more than for this man to just get out of the restaurant and leave me alone, but I already knew that that wasn't going to be happening anytime soon. Thankfully, just as the homeless man began approaching the counter again, a woman and her 2 kids walked in. When he saw them, he stepped back and sat down at the table that had a direct line of sight into the kitchen. I guess he wanted to make sure that he could see me at all times, and let me tell you, having his eyes constantly on me did not feel good. I was thoroughly terrified and creeped out, but he hadn't done anything wrong, so I couldn't ask him to leave. The woman ordered food for herself and her children, and I was praying the whole time that she'd just get it for dine-in, but I guess I just couldn't be that lucky. She got it as takeout, and I know it wasn't the best thing to do, but I spent as long as humanly possible making her food. I finished the man's food first and called his name to pick up from the counter. He rushed over so we could get to it when I was still close, and he did something so gross that I really can't tell you the reason. Just as I was setting the tray down on the counter, he leaned over it and breathed heavily in my face. This time I could not suppress the gag. In fact, I started dry heaving. He wasn't even offended, though. He actually kind of smirked like he was happy about what he did and that it was somehow an attractive thing. The woman asked if I was okay, and I told her I was fine. I knew I didn't want her to leave, but there was nothing I could really do to get her to stay. I got her food bagged up, and with a call of her name and thanking her for her visit, she was out the door and gone. Alone again, aren't we? I backed away from the counter when I noticed the man approaching it yet again. He smiled this wide, creepy smile, and I hated every second of it. His teeth were yellow and chipped, and I really didn't want to experience that smell again, so I backed away even more. He leaned over the counter and just stared at me, and that's when I finally built up the courage to ask him to leave. "We're actually going to be closing the restaurant early tonight. So if you don't mind just collecting your belongings and exiting, that would be great." I really tried to sound as nice and calm as possible. I didn't want to show any fear and make myself seem vulnerable in any way. He didn't refuse, and to my surprise, he actually did leave. I watched out the windows as he walked down the street and into the dark out of sight. I was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I quickly went back into the office and grabbed the keys. I practically ran to the front door and locked it. I was so happy that I was locked in and no one could get to me. I didn't care if I got fired. I was closing and going home where I knew I'd be safe. I was wiping down the cutting boards and singing a psalm to myself when I heard a crashing sound come from the front lobby, like one of the windows had just shattered. Freaked out, I had an idea of what had just happened, but I wasn't about to go look. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that the man had come back, and I had to hide. I had this thing where every time I entered the building, I would think of an escape plan or somewhere to hide, and the restaurant wasn't any different. I wasn't going out the back exit in case someone was there waiting for me, so I went to the one place that I knew I could hide where no one would find me. I grabbed my puffy jacket and went inside the walk-in freezer and shut the door behind me as quietly as I could. In the back right corner, there was a small space next to the rollaway metal shelving that I could barely squeeze into, but I managed. The boxes of burger patties and frozen fries covered most of where I was hiding. I crouched down to the point that I was sitting and holding my legs tight against my body, and I planned to stay there like that until I knew that it was safe to leave. I heard grunting outside the freezer door and things being moved around. I was in there for about 20 minutes, and I hoped that ordeal would be over soon. I was literally shaking from fear and probably the cold, but was grateful whoever it was that was out there hadn't found me yet. But that gratitude wouldn't last. I sucked in a deep breath as I heard the walk-in door open. I peeked through the shelves and saw the same boots and pants that homeless man was wearing. I held my breath and did everything not to make any noise at all. My heart raced so fast that it was literally holding back tears. I felt like I was gonna pass out. "Baby girl, are you in here? Daddy just wants to talk. I know you need a cuddle," and his voice was no longer soft but loud and desperate. I wish I could explain the horror that I felt in that moment, but no words would be able to describe it. I quietly let out the breath that I was holding in and prayed to God that he wouldn't hear it, and thankfully he didn't. He exited the walk-in and left the door open, letting some of the coldness out with it. I heard the sound of glass cracking and figured that meant that he was crawling back through the window that he had broken. But it didn't matter. I had no plans to leave that spot until I knew for sure that I wasn't in any more danger. And before anyone asked why I didn't call the police, this was a time before cell phones, and I wasn't about to just get up and use the landline and possibly be seen in that moment. The walk-in stopped being cold, and I ended up falling asleep in that position. I woke up to the sound of people talking only feet from where I was still hiding. I looked through the shelves and was so happy to see my manager and a police officer standing there over me. By that time, my legs had actually gone completely numb from the position that I was sitting in, and all I could do was kind of call out for help. They were shocked to see me back there, and they did help me out. The officer sat me down in the lobby, and I told him everything, and he promised me that they'd keep an eye out for the man that I described, but he couldn't make any promises on catching him. I quit that job right then and there and hadn't stepped foot in that building since. Thank Christ I never saw that man again, which I was grateful for, but I was also disappointed the police never really even seemed to make an attempt to find him. I eventually ended up going to therapy for a while because I stopped sleeping and eating from this kind of trauma. I can easily say now that I have moved on. I don't like thinking about it, but telling others the story has given me some sort of weird sense of closure. My one piece of advice to others is to always have an exit strategy wherever you go, or at least a really good place to hide. This happened to me last summer when I was 23. I wasn't a very outgoing kid at the time. If I ever did anything social, it was because my degenerate friends had somehow dragged me out of the house. This was one of those times, well, it was supposed to be. My friend Ralph invited me to a house party at like 8 p.m. It was pretty spontaneous, but I had nothing going on, so I reluctantly agreed to go with him. I knew he was going to give me crap if I refused. I can't even lie, though, the idea of a party, even with strangers, sounded more appealing than being alone. Ralph was a few towns over from me, so it made more sense for us to drive separately instead of going together. He gave me the address, and I was on my way. The literal second I pulled onto the street, Ralph bailed at the last minute. Rightfully so, I was super frustrated. How could he bail on me like this? There I was, feeling like a complete idiot outside a stranger's house. Annoyed but determined not to waste the night, I decided to go in. I drove all the way here, I thought. Might as well go inside. I walked up the front steps and knocked on the door. The host, Crispin, greeted me warmly. He was instantly likable, charismatic, and friendly without being a douchebag. He introduced me around, and things were actually less awkward than I had anticipated. People were really friendly to me despite not knowing who I was. There were even a few girls I had my eyes on. I decided to enjoy the party and hit the booze hard. It was getting pretty late, but the party was still raging. Admittedly, I might have overdone it with the drinking. At one point, I was so nauseous and dizzy that I needed a break. It must have been close to 3 a.m. at that point. I went upstairs to look for a bathroom, but they were all occupied. The house was deceptively big. Granted, it was probably the alcohol, but I was literally getting lost stumbling through the maze of hallways up there. After making it to the top floor, I found a door leading to what seemed like an attic or storage room. Desperate for privacy, I figured it was as good a place as any to pull myself together. I groped around blindly for the light switch, but there was none. This was definitely an attic or something, as there was also dust everywhere. There was a window in the far corner, which I opened, allowing the cool night breeze to wash over me. There was a solid minute there where I was seriously considering throwing up onto the roof. The breeze somewhat cured my nausea, though, so I just kept my head hung out of the window. It was dark outside, and the quiet was a refreshing contrast to the boisterous chaos downstairs. Sometimes all you need to restore your state of mind is a gentle breeze and some peace and quiet. Just as I was about to close the window and head back, I heard a faint noise, footsteps on the roof shingles. That didn't make any sense, though. Was I going crazy? Curious, I climbed out onto the roof. In all honesty, there was probably a 0% chance I would have done that if I had been sober. I slowly stood up and looked around. In the moonlight, I saw something terrifying. There were two masked figures with bags emerging from another window. It dawned on me, Crispin's house was being robbed. I started panicking. Should I shout? Confront them? Then a more pressing question hit me. What if they were armed? In my clumsy state of disbelief, I slipped and scuffed one of the shingles pretty loudly. One of the burglars heard it and jolted his head in my direction. Our eyes briefly met, and I froze. He nudged his partner, and the two of them quickly started making their way across the roof. Adrenaline surged through me. I couldn't let them get away. Crispin had been so welcoming, and I felt a surge of loyalty. I decided to act. I quietly followed the burglars across the roof, keeping a safe distance. They headed towards a sloping part of the roof for an easier escape. As they climbed down, I pulled out my phone to dial 911 but fumbled in my drunken state, dropping it. The phone clattered loudly, and the burglar turned sharply. "Who's there?" one of them hissed. Heart pounding, I ducked and scanned my surroundings, spotting a loose roof shingle. Without thinking, I grabbed it and hurled it towards them. It missed, but the noise startled them, causing one to lose his footing. He tumbled down the roof, crashing into the gutter before falling to the ground. The other burglar, now panicked, leaped to a neighboring tree and scrambled down. I rushed to the edge of the roof and saw the fallen burglar groaning on the ground. I needed to alert everyone. As I turned to head back, I heard sirens. Someone else must have called the cops. I stumbled back into the attic room and made my way downstairs, trying to appear calm. The party was still in full swing, oblivious to the drama outside. I found Crispin laughing and chatting with guests. "Crispin, you need to call the police. There's been a robbery." "I saw the burglar on the roof," I said. Crispin's face turned from amusement to shock. "Are you serious?" he said as he hurried to make the call. I explained what happened. The party mood shifted from celebration to concern. Apparently, one of Crispin's neighbors had coincidentally already called the police to file a noise complaint, which was an incredibly ironic turn of good fortune. When they arrived, I recounted my story, leading them to the injured burglar. The man was arrested, but his partner had fled. The party ended abruptly. People started scattering, and the lights got flipped on. I tried my best to act sober, but even after all that happened, I was still stumbling a bit. Crispin thanked me profusely, still in disbelief. As for me, I was just glad I could help despite the bizarre and terrifying circumstances. Looking back, I still can't really explain why the burglars would have chosen a house having a party to rob, but maybe they had prior knowledge of the house and knew no one would be upstairs. I figured that would be the end of the story, but fast forward a few months, and I've got quite the update. I was playing video games at Ralph's house one night when he got a call from Crispin, who invited us over for a few beers. Up until that point, I hadn't actually realized the two of them were that close. The first thing I noticed when I pulled up to Crispin's house was that the front door and every window in sight were completely different. Was I not remembering his house right? I could have sworn the windows and the front door had been white, but they were all gray and much more heavy-duty looking. Crispin waved us in, and we went down to his basement. We cracked a few beers and started playing a game of pool. To my surprise, he actually recognized me from the party and thanked me again for my trouble. What he told us was actually crazy, though. Apparently, the burglar the police caught that night refused to snitch on his partner and was currently serving a lengthy prison sentence. The police hadn't been able to get any leads into catching the other guy, though. Crispin told us that not even a week after the incident, his family started receiving threatening letters from an unknown sender, some of which included pictures of Crispin and his family members. Obviously, they reported these occurrences, but the police had no real leads. A month after that, Crispin's mom noticed a suspicious vehicle circling the house at around 1 a.m., and a few days later, Crispin's dad claimed that things in their backyard had been gone through and moved around. In response, Crispin's dad increased their home security and even went as far as to replace and reinforce all their doors and windows. I was shocked. This was still an ongoing issue for Crispin, and I had no idea how serious a situation like this could get. Summer's fast approaching, and I'm sure I'll have another update when I see Crispin again. I come from a small town in Pennsylvania, and I've lived here all of my life. I'm 17 years old, and the time this story took place, I was around 14 years old. My memory around this is a little hazy because I don't like to talk about it, but I figured I'd let out any dark feelings I still get by it. It may not be considered a scary story, but to me, this was probably one of the most scariest things that I've ever been through. At the time this happened, I was an 8th grader in middle school. During the time, My mom worked at Panera Bread, and she had to work very early in the morning, so me and my sister would usually take the bus to school while my dad and my little brother, who was around 4 years old at the time, would stay home. This will be important later. It was like any other ordinary day. Me and my sister would get ready and leave it around 7:20 a.m. to walk to our bus stop. We lived in an apartment complex, and we would have to walk the 3 minutes to the front of the apartment because that's where the bus would pick us up. A little background information: me and my sister would meet up with our friends at the bus stop since we lived in the same apartment complex, and we would wait until the bus showed up. I would stay at the back with my friend, while my sister and her friend would be towards the front, 5 feet from the stop. So, like our usual routine, I had met up with my friend, Reed, and my sister would meet up with her friend, who I'll call Lelia. We waited for the bus to show up. Me and Reed would always see this boy, who I'll refer to as Scott. He was a year younger than us, and he would always run across the street to our bus stop to get a seat since we would be the first to be picked up. This was because by the time the bus driver would pick him up, he'd be the last person, and there would be no seats left for him to sit at. So he began to run across the street, and we were used to seeing him run across like that. Reed and I would always laugh at the way he ran, but wouldn't pay any more attention after he made it across. This will also be important. So, as we're waiting for the bus to arrive, me and my friend were talking, and there would be 5 other kids waiting for the bus at the front of the apartments as well. And like always, we see Scott across the street, waiting for the bus to arrive. A few minutes go by, and we see the yellow bus coming towards our stop. So everyone on our side begins to gather their belongings, and we begin to form a line as the bus gets closer. It begins to blink its lights, and the stop sign starts to come out at the side, as a sign for the other cars to stop. And for just a second, I begin to see Scott running across. I don't give it 2 thoughts since this was normal, and I began to hear the screeching noise coming from the opposite side of the road. It was like everything was going in slow motion during those couple of seconds, and I remember hearing the screeching noise become louder and louder. As I'm picking up my head to see what the noise was, I heard a big thump noise, and what I saw next will forever remain in my mind until this day. I hear a big thump noise, and I then see Scott flying in the air. I then see Scott hitting the ground so hard, and the noise was so loud as he then made an impact to the street. I remember hearing my friend Reed then scream at the top of her lungs, and I then quickly looked at the car, and I saw the driver inside. I remember seeing the bus driver quickly taking out his walkie-talkie attached to his radio as he was then saying all these codes into it. I then see Scott running around the bus and towards where our bus stop was, and he then had his arms wrapped around his stomach, and he was bleeding all around his head. He also had these cuts on his face, and he was crying wildly. During that moment, I was so horrified that I froze, and I was so scared to say anything. The driver then came out of the car and began to panic, then sang to Scott, "Oh my God, man, I'm so sorry. I never even saw you. I was looking down for 1 second, and then it just happened." But Scott was in so much pain, then he didn't even pay attention to him. Then this kid in my sister's grade ran up to him, then sang, "Hey, man, do you need an ambulance?" Scott was just crying, then shaking his head yes. The boy then took out his phone and called 911, telling the operator everything that happened. The driver then fell to the ground, took a cell phone out, and began to call someone. He then put it on speaker, and once the person picked up and said hello, he'd been sad, "Mom," to the kid, "So sorry." And he then began to break down in tears, and he just kept repeating that same line over and over again. The driver's mother had tried to calm him down, and then the driver just said, "Please forgive me, please." And even my car, it's a friend's car. Scott just stayed on the ground, lying there, as everyone watched him. The next thing I remember was that Scott always had his mother and brother take him to the bus stop, and they would always make sure he got on, but on this day, they never went with him to the bus stop. I then began to check on my sister, making sure she was okay. Her and her friends seemed a little shaken up, but they were okay. Reed's mom and sister were running up to us, and I remember hugging them. At that moment, I felt so alone and horrified. I began to cry hysterically, and my sister was just trying to comfort me. Something that I always regret was never telling my parents right away about what happened. I didn't want to wake and worry my dad, and I didn't want to get my mom in trouble for leaving early. I knew that she suffered from anxiety, so I didn't want to give her a panic attack, which she would get every once in a while. So, my sister and I just decided to wait there. I remember calling my friend, who I'll call Kara. I remember that her and her mom worked at the school next to ours, and I began to tell her everything that happened. I began to break down. They quickly alerted the front desk, and she calmed me down, telling me everything was going to be okay. I know some of you might be thinking, how was I able to call my friend but not my parents? But during that moment, I just felt the need to call Cindy because she was who I trusted at the time, and we're still friends to this day. About 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. They began to check Scott and treat him while he was lying on the ground, still crying and in pain. 10 minutes passed, and I began to come at ease. They started to place him on the stretcher. I remember seeing his mom and brother running with a paramedic towards him, and they had the most worried and horrified faces that I've ever seen. I began to feel so sad for them. Reed, my sister, and I thought it would be okay if we went to school just to try and take our minds off of everything that happened and all of the horror we witnessed 40 minutes ago. We were at our bus stop for almost an hour, and we still got picked up at the next stop and then immediately went to school. I remember the staff waiting there for us and separating the apartment complex bus stop kids, escorting us to the library. I won't go into too much detail, but they pretty much stated that we could stop by the counselor's office anytime during the school day, and if we wanted to leave school, we were able to. After that event, I didn't take the bus for 4 months and was dropped off. I didn't want to cross the street, and whenever I would hear a tire screech, I would always jump and begin to get a cold sweat. A few months later, I began to feel better and continued to live a normal life. After that, Scott didn't go to school until months later, until he was finally okay, towards the end of the year. Like I said, I know this wasn't the typical stalker story, but this was one horrific event that I went through, and I never want to go through it again. But remember to stay safe out there. I really hope many people don't ever have to witness what I and the other kids had to see that day. It was truly awful. It was a Friday night like any other at Delta Psi, with the bass thumping through the grand old frat house and red cups littering nearly every surface. As one of the senior members, I, Zane, had seen my fair share of wild nights, but this one was special. It was our annual pledge invitation party, and everyone was buzzing with a mix of excitement and beer-fueled bravado. Caradoc, the pledge in question, was a quiet guy, not your typical frat star. Earlier that week, some of the guys thought it would be hilarious to make him wear a grotesque mask, a gnarled, twisted face that looked like it belonged in a horror movie, and parade him around campus. It was just a prank, we thought, harmless fun, but the look in Caradoc's eyes when the mask came off said otherwise. It was a mixture of humiliation and something else, something darker. The party was in full swing when I stepped outside for some air, leaving the cacophony of shouts and music behind me. The backyard was cooler, the moon a dim light filtering through the branches of the old oaks that surrounded our property. That's when I heard it, the softest whisper of a footstep behind me. I turned, expecting to see one of my brothers sneaking out with a freshman, but there was no one there. Chalking it up to the alcohol, I headed back inside. The hallway seemed unusually dark, the lights flickering as if straining against a sudden drain of power. A chill ran down my spine, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I shook off the feeling and pushed the heavy door to the main party room open. The scene inside had changed. The music still played, but there was a palpable tension in the air. I found Dwayne, one of my frat brothers, pale and shaken, staring at something on the floor. It was Rowan, another brother, lying motionless, a replica of the grotesque mask strapped to his face. A Dan crossbow bolt, was lodged in his chest. What the hell happened? I gasped, my heart pounding as I knelt down beside him. Dwayne couldn't form words, just pointed towards the darkened corridor that led to the back rooms. He's here. Caradoc. With a crossbow, Dwayne finally stammered. The reality of the situation hit me like a brick. This was no longer a party, it was a hunting ground. The next few hours were a blur of chaos and fear. We found 3 more of our brothers, each isolated, each wearing a mask, and each cruelly picked off from the shadows with deadly precision. The party dissolved into a frantic scramble for safety as everyone realized that the frat house had turned into a trap. I rallied a group of guys, including Dwayne and Owen, our chapter president, to barricade the doors and call for help. But the phone lines were dead, and our cell signals were mysteriously jammed. We need to stick together and find a way out, I urged, trying to keep my voice steady. Dwayne nodded, gripping a baseball bat with white-knuckled hands. Let's do it. Let's get this psycho. We moved cautiously, jumping at every shadow, every sound. As we rounded a corner, a figure stepped out from a doorway, the dim light glinting off the tip of a crossbow. It was Caradoc, his face obscured by that same grotesque mask. He didn't say a word, just raised the crossbow and fired. Owen screamed as he went down, a bolt through his shoulder, pinning him to the wall. Dwayne and I scattered, diving for cover, but I knew we were outmatched and outmaneuvered. In the chaos, a plan formed in my desperate mind. If we could get to the attic, we could maybe get a signal out or at least barricade ourselves in until help arrived. I motioned to Dwayne, and together we made a break for the narrow staircase, dodging another of Caradoc's bolts that thudded into the wood where my head had been seconds before. We were halfway up the stairs when an explosion rocked the house. The smell of gasoline and smoke hit us, and it was clear Caradoc had set the frat house on fire. With no way out, we pushed forward, the heat building behind us, the sound of the fire roaring like a beast unleashed. The attic was stifling, the air thick with dust and the growing stench of smoke from below. Dwayne and I slammed the door shut, pushing an old dresser against it with trembling hands. The crackle and pop of the fire grew louder outside. The flames painted the windows orange, the heat pressing in like an unwelcome crowd. We're going to cook up here, aren't we? Dwayne's voice was barely a whisper, raw with fear. No, we're not, I replied, more to convince myself than him. We're going to make it out. We have to. My hands fumbled with my phone again, desperation giving way to a sliver of hope as I noticed a bar of signal, faint but present. I dialed 911, the phone ringing through to emergency services. I explained our situation in hurried, gasping sentences, the attack, the fire, our location. Soon, the sound of sirens in the distance offered a lifeline, but with the relief came the stark reality of our immediate danger. The fire was spreading, the heat unbearable. Smoke seeped into the attic, making it hard to see, harder to breathe. "We need to break a window, get some air," I choked out, my eyes stinging. Together, we staggered to the nearest window, pushing against the old glass. It gave way with a crash, fresh air rushing in, battling the smoke that roiled around us. Below, the flickering lights of fire trucks and police cars pierced the night, a chaotic ballet of rescue and urgency. I leaned out of the window, shouting for help, my voice hoarse. A firefighter spotted us, raising his radio to call for a ladder. Relief was so close, yet the fire was closer, licking at the structure of the house, threatening to bring us down with it. Then, a loud series of crashes from below made us jump. Through the smoke, a figure emerged at the bottom of the attic stairs. It was Caradoc, the mask gone, his face a canvas of pain and rage. He staggered, clutching his side where blood seeped through his shirt. "You don't understand," he gasped, the fight draining from him. "They made me a monster." I stared at him, the chaos around us narrowing into the sharp point of this final confrontation. "You didn't have to do this, Caradoc. You could have walked away." Could I? His laugh was a hollow sound, broken and sad. He took a step forward, then another, before collapsing, his body giving way, succumbing to his injuries and the smoke filling his lungs. The room spun, the heat a tangible weight on my chest. Dwayne and I retreated to the window, the ladder finally arriving. Firefighters climbed towards us. I took one last look at Caradoc, lying motionless on the floor. His plan had ended in his own destruction, a tragic footnote to a night of horror. We were helped onto the ladder, descending into the cool night air, away from the heat and death. Sirens wailed, lights flashed, and I realized how close we had come to not making it out alive. The ground felt unreal beneath my feet, the normal world a stark contrast to the hell we had just escaped. In the days that followed, the investigation would reveal the depths of Caradoc's planning, the lengths to which he had gone to exact his revenge. The masks, the crossbow, the fire, it was all a meticulously crafted nightmare born from a moment of humiliation that he just couldn't move past. I survived, but like the charred remains of the frat house, I knew I'd never be the same. When we were kids, our family had a vacation home in Hollywood, South Carolina. By we, I mean my 3 brothers and I, and by vacation home, I mean this 3-bedroom mobile home. It wasn't fancy, but it was part of our childhood and is still nostalgic to think about. Whenever we got off the highway and started seeing nothing but farms, we'd know we were almost there. I'm the second oldest. At the time of this story, I'm gonna guess our ages were 14, 12, 10, and 8. The mobile home was a little primitive, but we had electricity at least. The TV up there was very old, but it was good enough to bring our PlayStation and play on. We'd been going up there so long that we had a bunch of places we'd love to go. This big playground for an elementary school that we'd always play hide and seek tag in while our parents sat there and read magazines. This grocery store that we would love to play games in as well. We even loved exploring all the woods surrounding the property. The nearest neighbors were a bit of a walk away, but nothing too crazy or far that our parents wouldn't let us walk it. This was the first year that they let our youngest brother Todd come exploring with us too, while they stayed behind in the mobile home. We walked down a different road that strays away from the dead end, and it's worth noting that there was next to no traffic on these roads, as our mobile home was on a long road that eventually led to a dead end, so the only through traffic would be the few people who lived on this road. There was always this questionable-looking house and farm that we never saw a car at ever in our lives, sat at the top of this little hill overlooking the road. There was a small cornfield, which would imply that there were still people living there, but it was just strange how all our lives going there, we never saw anyone there, whether it be a person or car. So between the woods surrounding the property, the two buildings, the shed, and the cornfield, we realized this was a perfect spot to play hide and seek tag. It was broad daylight right now. We decided our oldest brother Jimmy would be the seeker first, and we'd go in order, oldest to youngest, so the rest of us went to go hide. I went to go hide in the crops. I heard Jimmy call out, "Ready or not, here I come," and so I simply sat down in the browning crops, completely hidden. I waited and waited until I heard rustling in the crops and footsteps crunching the rotted, dead crop leaves on the ground. I didn't know which of my brothers it was, but I wasn't taking a chance. I ran out of the crops and into the grass and up the hill towards the red shed. I expected Jimmy to come out after me, but he didn't, so I figured it was one of my little brothers. I heard commotion as Jimmy was chasing my 10-year-old brother George down the hill on the other side of the house, and the two were laughing and screaming. Jimmy caught him, and so George was out. I stayed put behind the shed, then I noticed Todd leaning against the back wall of the house looking at me, laughing. I put my finger up to my lips to go, "Shoo," and he did the same. Then I thought to myself, wait, who was in the cornfield with me? Then Jimmy came around the house and immediately and easily tagged Todd, and then he saw me since I was in a straight line of sight from him. I started running down the hill, which gave me a good speed boost, but Jimmy got that same speed boost, and he was bigger and faster than me. He caught me with ease. The four of us met at the bottom of the hill by the road, and I was supposed to be up next, but I asked everyone if anyone had gone in the crops as well. When all of them said no, I got scared. I told them I heard someone walking in the crops, and it may have been the homeowner, so we should leave. With that, we left in a hurry and walked back to the mobile home, where our parents were watching a movie in the living room. For dinner, we went to the local pizzeria that we all loved. From what I remember, our dad told us that nobody lived in that house that we were playing at. So when we got back and it was dark out, we just knew we wanted to play flashlight tag. Now, our mom didn't want Todd coming out with us past dark, and I'm sure they only let us go because Jimmy was 14, and they thought he was old enough to keep an eye on us. So the three of us ventured off back to that house to play flashlight tag, which basically is hide and seek, but if you get exposed by the seeker with a flashlight, you're out. Once we got to the property again, it was like 90% dark out. They wanted me to seek this time since Jimmy did last time, so I turned around and counted to 60, and then I shouted, "I'm coming." I kept the flashlight off as a strategy to not give away my position. I could just barely see enough to navigate around. I ran up the hill to the house, which had no lights on. I peered around the walls of the house and on the shed. I didn't see either of them. I looked into the trees and decided to turn my flashlight on and look through the tree line. Still nothing. So I turned the flashlight back off. I knew one of them had to be in the cornfield. It was too obvious of a hiding spot. It was small enough that I could check it out. I got to the bottom of the hill by the cornfield and quietly pushed my way in. It was hard not to make noise in here, but I tried my best. I also kept the flashlight off to not make it obvious I was in here. I didn't realize until now that it was dark out how absolutely scary this was at night. As I was sneaking around the crops, I heard footsteps inside the crops. I had to be sneaky if I wanted to catch them. I honed in on exactly where the footsteps were coming from, and when I heard them right on top of me, I turned on my flashlight and yelled, "You're out." But all I saw was the back of someone running away from the light. "Who is that?" I said. "You're out," and I heard this creepy laughter. It wasn't the laughter of my brothers or any kid for that matter. It sounded like some deranged adult. I was frozen apart from moving my hand with the flashlight around, trying to see who it was. I heard a grown man's voice say very softly, "Can I play with you guys?" And then I saw his face. It was half covered by the few crops still separating the two of us. From what I could tell, he had this kind of deformed-looking face. I really couldn't tell if it was a mask or not. I ran out of the crops and started yelling my brothers' names, saying, "Run, game over." I heard them both yell back at me from the same spot they hid together. I saw them running down the hill with their flashlights on. I turned mine on and told them to just keep running. We ran all the way down the road until we got back to our property, and we were out of breath. But I told them there was some deformed-looking, freaky man hiding in the crops and that he was probably the one I heard in the crops earlier too. I still remember their faces when I told them this. When I told my parents, they looked confused. My dad didn't seem to know how to react. My mom made it clear she didn't want us going off the property past dark anymore. Honestly, I didn't want to anyway. I had trouble sleeping that night, thinking what if that man was outside in the pitch darkness outside one of the windows. I can tell I freaked everyone out a little bit with my description of the man. I had no reason to make it up, though, and they knew that. It goes without saying we didn't go back to that property up the road. Thank God it wasn't that close to our property. My family sold the property only a few years after this. My mom had warned me not to work at a bar, but they were hiring, and I had just turned 21, so the thought of working around alcohol seemed kind of fun to me. It was also a restaurant at night, so I really didn't think it would be as sketchy as she was saying it would be. My first few months working there were great. We'd have the occasional bar fight, but it was nothing that anyone needed to be concerned about, just drunk people doing what they do. That was before a woman started coming in every night, obviously high on something, and constantly just wanted to start trouble. She'd pick fights with other women and try to hit on men who clearly wanted nothing to do with her. She got beat up so severely one night that when I found her outside, I actually thought she was dead. I called an ambulance for her, and they took her to the hospital. I didn't know what happened to her after that until around 3 weeks later when she came into the bar again. Only this time, she wasn't drunk or high. And she thanked me for saving her life. She said me caring about her enough to get her help made her rethink her life choices and that she was getting better. I was happy for her until she told me that she was so happy that I was in love with her. I didn't even know what to say. I definitely wasn't in love with her and actually had no idea how she had gotten that impression, but she did, and I was kind of concerned about it. I didn't know if she was dangerous, so I tried to be as nice and sensitive as possible when I told her that I wasn't in love with her and helped her out because she obviously didn't deserve any of that. Her face turned from a happy expression to an extremely angry one. She started yelling at me that I was lying and just didn't want to profess my love for her in front of everyone else in the bar. I was getting embarrassed since everyone in the place actually started to stare. I asked her to calm down, but she seemed to be having some sort of freak out like she was a little kid. She said she'd only stop if I admitted I loved her, so against my better judgment, I did just that. I said that I loved her and that she needed to leave before I changed my mind, and that seemed to settle her down. She was happy with my confession. She giggled and said that she'd see me later and walked out of the bar. I breathed a sigh of relief when the door closed behind her, and everyone in the bar started to actually laugh, and I eventually joined in because what had happened was somewhat comical. But a part of me was concerned for the future and if she would come back and do the same thing the next day. I had asked my girlfriend to meet me at the bar that night because she was going to be spending the night at my place. It was just after 2 a.m. when my girlfriend walked into the bar, and I made my way over to her. I put my arm around her shoulders, and she had hers around my waist as we exited the building. Unfortunately, something neither of us expected happened. The woman who had made me confess my love earlier had decided to wait for me outside the bar. When she saw me with my girlfriend, she was furious. She started screaming that I was cheating on her and was asking how I could do that to the woman I love. My girlfriend was so confused, but I just told her that the woman was nuts. The woman didn't seem to like that at all. She screamed that if I thought she was crazy, she'd show me just how crazy she could actually be. I thought she was going to pull out a knife or something, but instead, she just walked away down the road until we couldn't see her anymore. My girlfriend laughed a little, but I could tell that she was uncomfortable with what had just happened. I told her it would be okay and that she was probably just trying to scare us. Unfortunately, she did. The next week, the woman continued to come into the bar and would sit in my section as she tried to flirt with me all day. I refused and ignored her advances, but it didn't seem to deter her at all. Then, she'd wait outside for me to leave, and she'd follow me to my car. I was finally over it when she grabbed my butt as I was unlocking my car door. In my mind, that justified me pushing her to the ground, and so that's what I did. She looked shocked and confused, but I didn't care. I just yelled at her to leave me alone and that I'd call the cops if she ever stepped foot on that property ever again. I got in my car and drove away as she still lay there on the ground. I didn't realize doing that would cause the problems it did, but you can't really predict what a druggie will do when you make them mad. A few days after that happened, my girlfriend told me that she had started seeing that woman around town, and it was starting to freak her out. She felt like she was following her on purpose and feared that she was going to do something to physically hurt her. I told her that she was most likely harmless, but if she wanted to, she could stay with me for a while, and I'd go out with her whenever she needed to go. She agreed, and after work every day, she'd meet me at the bar, and we would drive to my place behind me. We did everything together. And I started to notice the woman everywhere we went as well. I didn't like the feeling that I was getting being followed by her, but I didn't feel like confrontation would be the right decision. It only became an actual issue when we were leaving a store around 8 p.m. It was dark outside, and she was waiting for us at my car. My girlfriend was at the passenger side door when I heard her grunt and fall against the car. I saw the woman behind her, smiling this insane smile, and as I ran around to the other side and yelled at her to get away, I noticed that she was holding a knife that now had blood on it. My girlfriend screamed that she had just been stabbed, and I did what I had to do to protect her and prevent her from getting stabbed again. I jumped at this woman who had just stabbed the love of my life and took her to the ground. I started punching her in the face, grabbed the knife from her hand, and threw it away from us. The woman was begging for me to stop and saying she loved me over and over. But at that point, I didn't care. I got up from the ground and kicked her as hard as I could in the stomach to make sure that she wasn't going to get up, and I rushed over to my girlfriend. I saw the blood staining her shirt, and she was starting to get weak. I pulled out my phone and called 911. Officers arrived before the ambulance, but were able to help control the bleeding at least a little bit. They arrested the woman, who still continued to say that she loved me as they put her in the back of the patrol car. I asked what was going to happen to her, and they said that they were going to take her to the hospital since I had beaten her so badly. An ambulance arrived shortly after, just as my girlfriend started to lose consciousness. She had lost a lot of blood and needed help as soon as possible. I met the ambulance at the nearest hospital that had a trauma center, and she was taken directly into surgery. You see, the woman had nicked her abdominal aorta, which caused massive internal and external bleeding. The only reason she survived was because the aorta hadn't burst, and the trauma team at the hospital was ready to receive her before she even showed up. The woman was charged with first-degree attempted murder and was given life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. I was happy with the sentencing and even happier that my girlfriend was able to make a full recovery. All in all, it probably wasn't my smartest idea to work at that bar, and it was not intentional to make this woman fall in love with me, but honestly, who could have predicted someone would become so obsessed with me? In the summer of 2007, I was 13, and my mother decided to take me and my brother, who was 18 at the time, on a cruise to the Bahamas and Key West. With this being my first cruise, I was very excited but also nervous. At that age, I was very shy, a bit overweight, and I mostly kept my hair in front of my eyes. I had always seemed to get unwanted attention growing up, considering my body matured much quicker than everyone else my age. I was 13 and barely 5 feet tall. We flew to Florida and stayed in a hotel near the ocean because the ship was leaving in the morning. My mother was a severe alcoholic at the time, which made this trip all the more unpleasant. She got smashed that night and didn't come back until really late, leaving my brother and me at the hotel alone. My brother was also suffering in his own ways from my mother's abusive tendencies, so we basically left each other alone and took care of ourselves. Anyhow, we got on the ship the next morning, and I was in complete amazement. There was a pool on the deck and tons of kids my age, though I was too shy to introduce myself. My mother signed us up to go snorkeling off the coast of Key West in the morning, and I was really excited. Nothing bad happened that night, and I had a hard time sleeping because I was so excited. In the morning, my family climbed onto this little boat that drove us into the middle of the reef. Before we went in, a man sat next to me. He was really tall with blonde, curly hair, and he introduced himself, holding out his hand for me to shake. "Hello, my name is Paul." I smiled nervously and shook his hand to be polite. "Hi, my name is Malin." He smiled, and I could tell he was staring at my breasts, which made me very uncomfortable, but I was just so shy that I didn't say anything. I could also see my brother watching from a few seats away. "How old are you?" Paul asked. "I'm 13. "No way," he said skeptically, looking me up and down. I smiled and nodded. "I am." He smiled back and said, "Cool. Well, I'm 18. "That's cool," I said nervously, obviously uncomfortable that a man my brother's age would approach me and not my brother. The guy for the snorkeling then said we could get in the ocean, so my family hopped up and dove in. It was really cool. I saw a lot of exotic fish, and we got the chance to be in the middle of a fish cyclone. I even got to see an octopus. When I would surface every now and then, I always noticed Paul in close proximity to me, watching me and smiling. I didn't understand what he wanted, but that night, I understood. Once we got back onto the main ship, Paul caught up to me and asked if I wanted to hang out with him later. Being the naive 13-year-old who didn't know how to say no to people, I agreed. He said he would meet me at my room at 8 o'clock. I showered and got ready, trying to wear my most reclusive and conservative clothing which, unfortunately, wasn't very covering of my body. I wore a swimsuit under a pair of shorts since I had brought no pants, and a big baggy t-shirt. Paul soon arrived, and he took me to the main deck. He grabbed my hand, and I had a horrible gut feeling that something bad was going to happen. Once we made it to the deck, we ran into my mother, who, of course, was sloppy drunk. She greeted us happily, noticing us holding hands, and smiled, sending us on our merry way. I gave her the most terrified look I could muster up without him noticing, but she was too drunk. Paul soon led me to the hot tubs. There were two, and he told me to slip into one with him. I took off my shorts, but I wanted to keep my shirt on. As I started climbing into the hot tub, he protested, "Hey, take off the shirt, silly." I hesitated but did as he told me. He splashed me a few times, and I noticed something in his eyes that I had never seen before. As he looked at me, he said, "You look hot when you're wet." This statement made me extremely uncomfortable, and I didn't say anything. I then saw a group of young boys heading towards the hot tub, and I just prayed that they would get into ours. But they didn't, and they got into the other one. I was really starting to panic. I was shocked that no one was helping me when it was so obvious how distressed and uncomfortable I was. "Hey, come with me. I want to show you something cool," he said as he stood up, grabbing my hand. He led me up some stairs and across a walkway until we came up to a door that said for 18 and older and no one past 7 p.m., but it was 10 o'clock now, and he opened the door and pulled me in. The deck was completely deserted, and the stars were shining bright. If it weren't for Paul being there, I probably would have loved the sight. I realized he had 2 towels, and he laid them out, sitting down and then motioning me to sit with him, and I obeyed. We lay looking at the stars for a bit when he started asking me some personal questions. "Have you kissed anybody on this cruise yet?" "No," I replied. "Why not?" He laughed at me. I shrugged and said, "Well, I don't know. I'm not really interested in that." He smiled and laughed. "Well, I've tried to get as many girls as I can from this trip." At this point, I froze. I didn't know what to do or say. Suddenly, he rolled on top of me and started to kiss me. I was petrified, and I didn't move or object. I was that scared. His hands started to touch my sides, and I suddenly could move again, jumping back. "What time is it?" "I've got to go," I managed to stutter. I got up and started walking away fast, but he managed to catch up to me by now. I was in the elevator on my way back to the room. "Wait," he shouted. "Can I see you tomorrow?" "No," I answered just before the door closed. I made it back to the room, and my brother was watching TV. My mother still wasn't back. I took a 3-hour shower and then went to bed. The next day, yes, there's more. We finally reached the Bahamas. As my family and I were exiting the boat, guess who we ran into? That's right, Paul. My mom greeted him as if she'd been friends with him her entire life, and he ended up spending the whole day with us. With my mom not picking up on my discomfort and fear. He followed me uncomfortably close everywhere we went. My mom even paid for his fresh crab dinner as if rewarding him for nearly molesting me. Once the long day was finally over, we headed back to the boat at about 7 o'clock. Paul, of course, asked if I wanted to go to the casino with him later, and I politely declined, telling him that I was too tired and sleepy. The next day was the trip back to Florida, and I didn't leave my room all day. I was relieved not to run into him once we reached the mainland again, but the memory of him will forever haunt me. My family owns a property in Vermont that we use in the wintertime for skiing and snowboarding. It's at the top of a hill surrounded by woods. The nearest neighbors are up the road, but separated enough where you can't see their houses from our property. There's a big shed outside that we keep a lot of our snowboarding gear along with general lawn care stuff like shovels, rakes, and everything like that. We keep the shed locked whenever we aren't up there. Once we unlock it, though, we keep it unlocked for the entirety of our visits, as we don't really worry too much about people coming and stealing anything while we're there. The actual house is pretty nicely sized. It's technically 3 floors, with the 3rd floor being a loft master bedroom, which is reserved for my parents, and my siblings and I aren't allowed to use it. This one weekend, I was heading up there with this girl Gloria, who I was going to be teaching how to snowboard as she had never been before. We had a beginner board up there that she used, along with all the proper equipment. On our property, since it's on a steep hill, we actually made our own little custom slope that we'd sometimes snowboard or sled down for fun. So before taking her to the actual mountain, I suggested I teach her the basics on the hill. We put on all of our gear and rode up to the top of the hill. I slowly started descending, showing her the basic movements. When she made her first attempt, she right away fell, as expected. But she was persistent and kept trying and getting back up each time. We made it to the bottom of the hill. She'd get a little better, and then we'd walk back up and do it again. At some point, we both heard a male voice call out from the woods, presumably at us. It said, "Hello." We started looking around, confused as hell. All we saw were a bunch of trees and a white sheet of snow covering the floor of the woods. You'd think it would be easier to spot someone or something when it's just a sheet of white surrounding you, but nope, we didn't see anyone in the woods. I yelled out, "Is someone there?" Nothing. Now just the dead silence of a secluded place in the winter. Gloria and I were slightly disturbed, so we walked back up to the house and went inside. I didn't think it could be the neighbors because I didn't see the driveway to the one we passed shoveled, and the neighbors further up the hill would have no reason to come down like that. I told her it must have been some random person going for a hike in the woods. That was the least scary possibility. The next thing we did was go out to my favorite nearby diner. Then we went shopping for basic groceries to get us through the next few days. Since it was a bit late now, we were going to spend the rest of the night just chilling at the house. We ate dinner and then chilled by the fire pit out back. At some point, we both heard the distinct sound of shoes stepping in snow not far away. I turned off the music for a second, but with the sound of the crackling fire, it still wasn't dead silence. By this point, whatever we heard had stopped. I asked for her phone so I could use both my and her phone's flashlights to point into the woods. Again, like earlier, I called out, "Is someone there?" which scared Gloria. She asked to go inside, so we did. We didn't go back outside that night. The next morning, I woke up to Gloria getting out of bed. I was still tired, so I went back to sleep. When I woke up again, she was still not in the bed anymore. I looked at the time, and it was already like 9 a.m., so I got up and opened the curtain to the window. I looked out at the shed outside. The door was open, and I saw the breath of someone being blown from behind the door to the shed. I wondered what Gloria was doing out there. I opened the window and yelled Gloria's name, but when she called back, her voice came from inside the house, right in the living room. I got goosebumps. I kept watching the escaping breath of whoever was in our shed blow out the door. I yelled outside, "Yo, who's in my shed?" A few seconds later, I shut the window and ran out to the living room to find Gloria watching TV, or rather now she was more so just standing in front of the couch, concerned. I looked out the back door and saw the back of somebody dressed in black running into the woods. I looked for my boots, but by the time I put them on, it was too late to chase him. I went to check the shed to see if anything was stolen, but it seemed everything was there. I relocked the shed just to be safe. I saw the footprints of that person lead from the woods to the shed, then back to the woods again. I wasn't about to follow the footprints, though. After nerves calmed a bit, we ate breakfast, then headed for the mountain, and we had a whole day of snowboarding. Gloria picked it up surprisingly well, and we planned to have one more day at it tomorrow. After we got back to the house, we cooked a steak dinner, then watched a movie. We didn't want to sit out in the dark again after last night and earlier that day. In the middle of that night, I woke up to Gloria shaking me. She explained why, then she told me to listen. We sat in silence for about 30 seconds before we heard, "Help me," in a very long drawn-out voice from outside. Gloria was in hysterics. Then we heard the voice again. I went over to the window and she begged me not to open the curtain. I said I was just going to take a peek. I gently lifted one corner of the curtain to peek outside. I don't know what I was expecting to see except for total blackness. I cracked the window open and a gust of cold air hit me in the face. I listened, intending on getting a better idea of where this voice was coming from. Then I suddenly heard footsteps in the snow getting much louder very quickly. They were coming toward the window. I quickly pulled it down and relocked it. Whoever it was had already seen me, though. The knock on the window confirmed it. I looked over at Gloria, who was hiding under the blanket making faint crying noises. I told her to just stay quiet. Our best response was to not respond or acknowledge them. There was never another tap at the window, nor were there any more calls from outside. It was a long couple of hours after that of not sleeping. Eventually, though, we got so tired that we did end up just falling asleep. The next morning, I checked around the house and there were footprints literally surrounding the house. Someone, or multiple people, had been circling the house, apparently going from window to window. We decided we'd leave early because clearly someone was stalking us from the moment we got there. I locked everything back away in the shed, then we packed the car and back to Rhode Island we went. For those curious, nothing was broken into or stolen the next time any of us went back up there. So truthfully, I don't even really have a guess as to what that person out there wanted, but it was most definitely the same person stalking the house from the moment we got there. It might have been multiple people. When you're up in an isolated place like that, realizing you're not alone is the scariest thing imaginable. I'm a 31-year-old female who is really into Halloween, like incredibly into Halloween. I was never allowed to celebrate when I was younger because my parents always told me that it was a gateway into devil worship. It really sucked not being able to go out with friends that night. I was jealous when I saw everyone else decorating for the spooky holiday, but I was just sitting at home reading the books my parents approved of and doing the activities they allowed, like homework and cleaning. I mentioned all this so you understand why my obsession became a little overboard into adulthood. I guess I was making up for lost time. My parents and I had a falling out when I was in my early 20s when I finally had the courage to mention to them how much I hated my childhood. They never understood what they did wrong and thought my upbringing was as perfect as it could have been. I resented them, and by the time I was 25, I decided I no longer wanted them in my life. All I ever got was criticism from them, and all they ever wanted was to get away. So I did. I packed my bags and moved to New York. I had already graduated nursing school and been working for about a year at that point and had chosen an apartment close to the hospital I'd be working at. I never really thought that I'd be a nurse, but my friends decided that that's what they were going to do, and being the follow-the-leader type person I am, I went along with them. I ended up actually loving it, though. I'm very much a people person, so that aspect of the job really appealed to me. Blood and other typically gross things people think of that come from the human body never really freaked me out. The feeling of getting to help people and make them feel comfortable in an otherwise uncomfortable situation was always such a big reward at the end of the day. While working at the hospital for about 4 years, I'd eventually gotten to know the man who would eventually be my husband very well. His name is Mark. He was working as one of the attendings at the hospital at the time. When he finally asked me to marry him, I was so happy. It had taken him 4 long years to finally pop the question, and I was honestly even a little shocked when he finally did it. When the time came around to begin planning the wedding, I was adamant that we have our wedding on Halloween. Originally, I wanted it on Halloween and with a theme to match the day, but Mark said the theme was too much, and I had to settle for a normal, traditional wedding on the actual day of Halloween. I thought that was a pretty fair compromise, given that it was our big day and not just mine. I was able to sneak a few pumpkins into the decorations, but I figured he wouldn't mind. The day came, and I was so excited. I didn't invite my parents, and if I did, I'm sure that they wouldn't have come anyway since they never left the house on Halloween. It makes me laugh even writing that because it's so ridiculous, and they'll never see it. When we pulled up to the venue, I was completely shocked. They had gone totally all out with the Halloween decorations. It looked incredible, like everything I had originally wanted. My first thought, though, was how scared I was that Mark would think that I had done it. It turns out he surprised me with the wedding I originally suggested, and it was amazing. When I walked down the aisle, I noticed everyone was even in costume. During the reception, people made toasts while staying in character with what their costumes were. It was hilarious. After about an hour went by during the reception, a loud crashing sound was heard coming from the catering tent. Everyone looked over to try to see what had happened, and that's when we all saw one of the waiters come out clutching his stomach as his shirt began to stain with blood. People began laughing and cheering. Even I did. We were at a Halloween-themed wedding. We figured it was part of the show. I thought it was something my husband had arranged. One of the other waiters came running to the man's side and screamed at us to call 911, but it just made everyone cheer and whistle more. It became so loud that I couldn't even hear what the guy was saying. I got out of my seat and made my way closer to the crowd of people now surrounding the 2 very convincing actors. They had started throwing money on the 2, and the poor guy taking care of his friend had begun to cry and just kept saying, "Please," as everyone applauded them for their dedication to their role. After around 5 minutes went by with no change in what was happening right in front of us and a large pool of blood now spreading around them, the wedding goers seemed to get bored, and I watched as they started to walk away. I made my way to the front of the crowd and knelt down to let them know that they could stop now. The guy holding on to his friend looked me in the eyes, his own wet with tears, and said, "You don't understand. I've been trying to tell everyone this whole time. This isn't a joke. We aren't acting. This is real, and my friend's bleeding out on the floor, and nobody does anything to help him." I was shocked. At first, I didn't believe him and started to crack a smile, but he insisted. He told me he would have called the police, but he had to stay with his friend. He didn't know what would happen to him if he left him with a bunch of people who thought he was faking it. It kind of seemed like he was just panicking, and that's why I screamed at the top of my lungs for everyone to be quiet and for the music to stop. I called my husband over and relayed the situation to him as he immediately went into doctor mode. He cut the man's shirt off, which exposed a very large and deep laceration in his abdomen. Thankfully, 911 was finally called. All we could do was put pressure on the wound and hope that our stupidity and lack of common sense wouldn't cost this poor man his life. My husband rode with him in the ambulance as police sectioned off the scene to try to figure out what exactly happened and how that guy had gotten so badly injured during the reception. As far as we could tell, it was an accident. No one else was in the catering tent with him. They were, however, very concerned with the fact that it took 8 whole minutes for the police to be called, 8 minutes while the man was bleeding out on the floor and everyone watched and even cheered. That night was spent waiting for news on the man's condition. He ended up needing surgery and spent multiple nights in the hospital. He was expected to make a full recovery, though, and was actually really understanding about what happened that night. It turns out he managed to cut himself on one of the knives in the catering tent. He wasn't sure exactly how, and said when it happened he was more just focused on getting help as fast as possible. He said it was really unfortunate timing on a really unlucky night, but he didn't blame any of us for thinking it was an act. He actually laughed about it, saying how of course that was his luck. We have stayed in touch with him, and after talking to him, he told me that he was okay with me telling the story as long as I didn't share his name or any way to identify him. He's doing a lot better now and even owns his own catering company, although now he does refuse to work on Halloween night. I like to start off by saying I have been living in Boston my whole life. I am also the type of person that does not get out often, so for the most part, I've only ever known the city and the surrounding areas. I met a girl earlier last year on Tinder, and we happened to hit it off right away. She and I hung out all summer, and that fall, we started to officially date. She was from New York City, Brooklyn to be exact. We have fun going back and forth about the Red Sox and the Yankees, which added a deeper element to our bond together. Everything in the relationship was going great so far, so with New Year's coming up, we decided we wanted to spend it together. We were still in the honeymoon stage, so nothing seemed better than ditching our friends and having a romantic getaway together. Now, Vermont is one of the states that is right above Massachusetts. A lot of you may already know that, but for the ones that don't, there you have it. Since she had never been up that way, and nor had I decided to rent a cabin at a ski resort for an extended weekend getaway. We couldn't help but think about all the fun that we were going to have, and we were both excited to say the least. Since we would be arriving on the morning of New Year's Eve, I went to Boston Market the day before and got us a nice meal for that night. I had also hit the grocery store just to be sure that we would have all the food we would need for that weekend. I woke up early New Year's Eve morning around 4 a.m. I got everything ready and was at her place a little after 5 a.m. We got breakfast and hit the highway, excited for the adventure ahead of us. The drive was about 4 hours to the cabin, and I listened to podcasts while she slept in the passenger seat. We finally arrived at the cabin, and the scenery was absolutely stunning. Immediately, I felt bad for not getting out and about a little sooner in life, being in my late 20s at this point. We pulled up out front of a nice, newly renovated cabin. It had a wood welcome sign on the front door with a neat little black bear carved into it. My girlfriend, being the nature lover that she is, admired the sign as I put in the key code to get into the place. Once inside, we had a look around, and the place had a very nice and cozy vibe. For the price I was paying for the weekend, would not expect anything less. We started to unload the car and bring the food and luggage inside. We went out for a day of skiing after that, and when we got back, we showered, took a nap, and then got up and prepared dinner. This place had all the amenities, so we were able to warm up the food and cook a little, no problem. The giant wood-burning fireplace kept things nice and toasty in the main living and dining space. While cooking, my girl decided to crack a window just to let a little bit of the heat out. Everything was ready to eat, so we sat down at the table and had a nice candlelit dinner. The food turned out to be great, and after that, we talked and laughed and just enjoyed each other's company. We went to the bedroom for a bit of fun before falling asleep. We were going to stay up to watch the ball drop, but with all the action from that day, there was not a chance. There's something about someone screaming bloody murder while you're asleep that wakes you up in the most gut-wrenching of ways. Frantically jumping up, I called out for my girlfriend. Before I knew it, she was flying through the threshold of the door, slamming it behind her. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "There's a bear currently breaking into our cabin." Right when she said that, you could hear glass shattering violently in the background. I went to the door and pressed my ear to it. I could hear snow coming from the outside. I got ballsy and looked out the door. We had cut the lights off before heading into the bedroom, so it was dark as hell outside. But the light from the embers in the fireplace gave off just enough light for me to see a giant black bear trying to crawl through the kitchen window, but it had not yet made it all the way in. How could this be happening right now? Then it all hit me. Caught up in the festivities earlier, we forgot to put the food away. Our whole spread was still out on the dining room table. Also, we never closed the window from when we were cooking earlier. We basically gave a signal to all the local wildlife to come and get it. I feel very stupid now looking back on it all, but like I said earlier, this was a new experience for me and not getting out of the city much before, so I know, rookie mistake. I tried yelling and making myself look big, but it still seemed to be pretty persistent on coming in. I told her to hurry and get dressed as I looked around on the floor for my clothes. There was a window in my room which led out to the parking area. Luckily, I had my car keys in the room with me, so I helped her out of the window with me following up behind her. We hopped in my car, and I immediately started it and cut the heat on. We were half dressed and it was probably about 30 degrees out. I drove around to the side of the house where the bear was stuck in the window and held onto my car horn for at least a minute straight. That startled the heck out of that bear, and it finally pulled itself from the window and ran back off into the woods. We were both shaken to the core and did not want to go back into the cabin that night. We decided to just sleep in the car with it running so that we could stay warm. I sent an email to the resort letting them know what had happened that night. As we sat in the car trying to come down from that adrenaline high, that's when she first told me how she encountered the bear before she had screamed and awoke me. She was on her way to the restroom when she noticed a dark shadow lingering around outside the kitchen window. We did eventually crash, only to be awoken by the sunrise a few hours later. The site manager from the resort pulled up a little after 7 a.m., and we all walked back inside the cabin together. He paced around the scene slowly, analyzing everything carefully. He then began to chastise us for leaving food out and the window opened in the first place. We gave him our sincerest apologies, letting him know that this lifestyle was new to us. We even offered to pay for the window. He declined our offer and said that he would have it fixed by that evening. We decided to check out the nearby small town that day, visit a few shops, and maybe have a little dinner. It was nice because it helped take our minds off of the wild night before. By the time we got back into the cabin, everything was fixed and good as new. The first night sleeping in there again was pretty nerve-wracking, but nothing ended up happening. The rest of the weekend went off without a hitch. Me and that particular young lady do not date anymore. We had some differences and decided to go our separate ways. But at least we share the memory of almost getting robbed and maybe even mauled by a bear. I regrettably used to work at a hotel in our town. Our town had gotten hit by a hurricane a few months back, and a lot of houses were badly damaged, so many people vacated the place. The hotel is about a 15-minute walk from my house. The town and hotel name I'll leave out of this, as I really just don't want anything traced back to me. The hotel was a very standard bed and breakfast type place, you know, where they serve wet scrambled eggs, frozen sausages, and assorted cereals. The hotel had a busy month after the hurricane, as some people were out of their houses due to damages. But after a while, things quieted down, if anything, quieter than before the hurricane. I always worked nights from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Then someone would relieve me at 2 a.m., and they'd work till 10 o'clock or 11 a.m. I could always see how many people were checked into the hotel, and at the time, it was only maybe 9 rooms, which wasn't a lot at all. I could go the whole night sometimes without seeing anyone. There was a back break room for employees with a coffee machine, fridge, table, and a couple of sofa-type chairs. The employee bathroom was also back there. At night, I spent most of my time back there. There was a bell at the front desk that people would ring if they needed anything. I was in the back when I heard a deep voice from the lobby saying, "Hello," repeatedly. I got up and went through the door leading to behind the counter and saw a man on the other side of the glass. There was a glass barrier with an opening underneath about 10 inches high. He said he needed towels. I grabbed him a couple of extra towels and slid them under the glass for him. He grabbed them rather aggressively, shot me this weird look, then walked to the room's hallway. I stayed in the lobby, now sitting in the rolling chair by the monitors, and I just watched that man on the camera walk down the hallway. He was looking around weirdly, then he started rubbing the towels on his face. I said out loud, "What in the world?" Then he got in the elevator, so I went back to the break room. It was maybe 10 minutes later when I heard a voice again from the lobby. It was the same voice. I walked back out, and that man was standing on the other side again. He said very loudly, "My key card is broken." I asked what his room number was. He said it was something random, like 2C something with a letter in it. Our hotel rooms strictly had numbers, no letters, so I knew this man was lying. I told him, "Sir, our rooms don't have letters. Are you sure you're staying here?" His reaction was not something I was expecting, nor was it something I wish I ever had to be a victim to. He threw the towels on the floor, started smiling, and slightly tilting his head as he got closer to the glass. When his face was practically pressed up on the glass, he said, "I'm going to kill you," still with a smile on his face. Then he said it again, louder, and again. Each time he said it, it got louder until it was almost a scream. I screamed back at him, "I'm calling the police," and I did. I picked up the phone and showed him as I dialed 911. He kept his disturbing smile as he now started mocking me, calling the police. As I spoke to the dispatcher on the phone, explaining very loudly what was happening in front of my face, the sick man laughed and headed for the door in a slow walk. I told the dispatcher he was leaving, and when he was gone through the doors and out of sight, I said he was gone. She asked me if I still wanted an officer to show up, and I said no, it's all right. So the next couple of hours of my shift went slow. I decided for obvious reasons to hang around in the lobby now instead of the break room. There was one guest who checked in during this time. At around 2 a.m., my relief came, and I clocked out and was free to go home. I walked outside to the parking lot. It was cold out. I remember wishing I had brought my coat. I walked with my hands in the pockets of my light jacket and my hood up. Then I heard a voice in the parking lot. I turned around. There was a line of bushes that covered the first floor windows of the hotel. It came from the bushes. I don't know what the voice said. I didn't care. I walked faster now. Once I got out of the parking lot, I was on a main road for a brief minute, but there were no cars on the road in this quiet town at this hour. After a minute, I turned left down a residential street that would eventually turn onto my block. It was dead silent out, not even the sound of any distant traffic, just the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement. And then the sound of someone else's shoes hitting the pavement behind me, only it was the sound of someone running as if on their tiptoes, trying to be quiet. By the time I turned around, they stopped. There was a car right behind me, and I almost knew that there was someone hiding behind it. I heard laughing and then a familiar voice saying quietly, "I'm going to kill you." Without even seeing him, I knew it was that man. I looked around, planning out my next move. I couldn't outrun a man, let alone wearing my work shoes. I looked at the nearest house. It had an upstairs light on. Someone was awake. I would go run and ring the doorbell for help. I looked back at the car, and I saw him, that man, peeking his eyes out from behind the car as he inched around it to the front. When he got to the hood, the rest of his face and upper body were exposed, and I could see his disgusting, crazy smile again. I ran for the house, screaming, "Help me!" I made it to the front door and rang the bell at least 3 times. That's when the man grabbed me and started choking me, whispering in my ear, "Die." In that moment, I thought my life was flashing before my eyes. Then an angel in the form of a man opened the front door to the house and screamed, "Hey," at the man choking me. The man's grip was released from my neck, and I fell to the floor. I never turned to watch the man run away, but the man from the house helped me up and brought me inside. He gave me water and called the police for me, and I explained the whole story to the police. They collected the CCTV footage of the man from the hotel and put feelers out to track him. I was called into the police station when they did a lineup of people who looked similar to the man on the CCTV footage, and I was asked to point out which man I thought was him. I looked at all 5 of them for like 5 minutes, and I ultimately said it wasn't any of them. I don't know if the pressure and nerves got to me, but in the moment, I truly didn't recognize him to be in that lineup. I hope to this day I didn't make a mistake and let that man roam free. When I was 25, I went on a solo trip to Rio de Janeiro. My favorite DJ would be there that weekend, and I always wanted to go anyway. I've traveled solo many times in my life and never had any issues. Airbnbs are expensive, a little outside of the city, and the one I was staying at was very nice and comfortable. It was its own little 1-floor house, but the whole inside was very modern and clean. The Friday that I landed, I unpacked at the Airbnb, grabbed dinner, and went to the rooftop venue where the DJ would be performing. The first day and night all went well, and I met some really cool people at the rooftop: James, Ethan, and Jess. Ethan and Jess were dating. James, I guess, was third-wheeling on the trip. The next day, I met up with them as they were also on a trip here. We got brunch together, then we checked out some of the sights together like the Christ Redeemer and Sugarloaf Mountain, and then we hit the beaches. Unfortunately, they had tickets that they had already bought to another show that night, which I couldn't go to, so I was back to my solo ventures, which was fine. I still found things to do. Eventually, when I was hungry, I walked back in the direction of the Airbnb towards the outside of the city. On the way back, I stopped at a restaurant I found. I can speak a little Portuguese, but I'm by no means fluent, so I tried to keep to places where people seemed to speak English while I was alone. The menu on the window had some English writing, so I went inside. This restaurant was kind of small and dark. A lot of the restaurants in the area were expensive, but this one seemed affordable, so I stayed. The dining space was very long and narrow. It wasn't really busy. There were a few people sat further down at a couple of tables. Then there was a man seated at a table basically next to mine. He was about 50. I wondered if he was another tourist. He and I were the only two people seated alone in here. The server came over and initially spoke in Portuguese, and I asked in Portuguese if he spoke English. And he said yes. From there on, I ordered in English. I noticed the man at the other table looking over, watching as I ordered. It was kind of weird. When the server walked away after taking my order, the man said in English with a Portuguese accent that my Portuguese sounded good. I said thank you, and he started talking to me in Portuguese as if giving me a lesson. I think he thought he was coming off as charming, but it was annoying and creepy. I kept looking down at my phone to act distracted, but he'd keep talking to me both in English and in Portuguese. I'd humor him to be nice and not create awkwardness, and I tried my best to converse with him in Portuguese as he'd correct my mistakes while trying to speak. The conversation was basically about where I'm from, why I'm here, what I did today, and where I'm staying. I kind of just made up that I'm staying with a friend. What really creeped me out was when he told me how sexy I am when I talk in Portuguese. I was hoping he was leaving soon. But a part of me died inside when I saw the waiter bring him his food. Luckily, my food didn't take long. I got some pork stew dish. The man asked how it was. I told him fine. He stopped talking as much now that he was eating, thank God. I ate quickly. When I was done, I hurriedly asked for the check just because I didn't want to converse with this man anymore. The man also asked for the check right after I did, which I found so annoying and strange. He wasn't even done eating. Once I paid, I got up and walked out. The man said something in Portuguese, but all I said was bye and kept walking. It was dark out now, and the streets were a little less lively. I was walking for a while when I came to an intersection. While waiting to cross, I noticed the man from the restaurant across the street. He was definitely looking at me, but looked away in the opposite direction when I noticed him. Maybe he had to walk the same way, it wasn't that unlikely. I continued to walk back, and as I was getting closer, I kept turning back just to see if he was still in sight. He wasn't. I arrived at the Airbnb. I got to the front door and looked around one more time, and I noticed way down the block that man standing on the corner by the intersection. He was staring in this direction. I felt my heart drop. He was following me. I let myself inside the house, locked the door, then I closed all the blinds. Now he knew where I was staying. I panicked and called my dad and told him. He told me to just be alert and make sure everything is locked, and so maybe keep a knife by me. It was a Saturday night, and my flight wasn't until late the next day, so I did want to go out eventually. I called an Uber to a bar in the downtown area, and I went to a venue having a house music night. I was there for maybe a couple of hours before calling an Uber back to the Airbnb. When I got back, I let myself into the house kind of drunk. I sat down on the couch just to relax for a bit, but I noticed something. I heard the sound of the outside. And then I saw the blinds to one of the windows blowing from the breeze. The window in the kitchen was open. I had all the windows shut because the air conditioning was running. I immediately knew to get up and leave the house quickly. I called the emergency number and did my best to articulate to the operator in Portuguese that there was a home break-in. The police showed up in a matter of minutes, and I came out from behind the bush I was hiding at across the street when they did. One of the police officers did speak a little bit of English, so I was able to tell him that the window was opened and I was being followed earlier. The police entered the house and yelled things I didn't understand. The moment I saw them walking outside with a man from the restaurant in handcuffs was the most shocking moment of my life. The mix of emotions I felt, disbelief, yet relief, but also horrified. If I hadn't called the cops, if I had gone into the bedroom where he was probably hiding, I didn't even want to think about it. He was taken away, and I never had to see his ugly, creepy face again. I'm glad he was stupid enough to not close the window behind him. I should have listened to my dad and locked all the windows as well. I just never imagined he would actually climb through one, though. I left the next day and haven't returned to Brazil since. There's a nice hidden lake a short walk away from my house in Parsonsfield, Maine. I've been going fishing there for as long as I've lived here. It's hidden away from any roads or houses, it has perfect privacy, and I would always be the only one out on the lake fishing. In fact, I would leave my kayak in the same spot by the lake whenever I wasn't using it. It was easier than lugging the thing back and forth through my house to the lake anytime I wanted to use it. I would leave it leaning up against this huge tree every time. The kayak is heavy enough to not fall over from a windstorm or anything. I also leave it covered to prevent critters from taking refuge inside. It was a warm summer's evening. I was out on the lake already for about an hour and I'd caught a few trout already, which I'd thrown into the cooler. It was dusk at this point, the little bit of light left in the sky was disappearing behind the trees. I was going to bring it in soon and just then, I heard sounds from the edge of the lake. I turned and saw someone standing at the edge of the water, tipping a barrel of some kind over, pouring its contents into the lake. It looked to me like they were polluting the lake with something. I took it upon myself to yell out, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" The person looked up at me and then ran into the woods with the contents of the barrel still pouring into the water. I looked more closely at the liquid being poured out into the lake, and it looked like a dark red liquid, though it was dark out, so I can't say with 100% certainty if it was red, but it was very dark. I felt a sense of unease creep up throughout my body. I decided I wanted to leave. I'm a big nature guy though, and seeing people littering or polluting the environment makes me sick. I genuinely couldn't resist shouting something out to that person, but I didn't feel comfortable here any longer. I planned on reporting this to the Department of Environmental Protection. I paddled the kayak back to my usual spot. I took all of my gear off the kayak before pulling it out of the water. As I was putting the cover over the kayak, I heard one single snap of something not far away, like the crunch of something under a person's shoe. I turned and was about to say, "Who's there?" but I decided against it. I finished covering the kayak quicker than I ever had before. I didn't even bother standing it up to lean on the tree this time, I left it on the ground. I picked up my gear and cooler and started quickly walking out of the woods and out to the road which led to my house. It was only a couple minutes of a walk and I was back home. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time, thinking someone was behind me. I put my gear in the shed real quick, then went inside. I never locked the doors so quickly. I was genuinely spooked. I rinsed off the trout and put them in the fridge, planning on cooking them tomorrow. Tonight, I just heated up some leftovers. As the food was in the microwave, there was a knock at my front door. The fear and dread that I was feeling the entire walk back to the house returned in an instant, and my suspicion that I was being followed home was basically confirmed. I mean, who else would be knocking on my door this late? My lights were on, my car was in the driveway, whoever it was knew I was in here. I had all the shades closed though, so nobody could look inside. They knocked on the door again. The microwave beeped as the timer hit 0. I'm sure whoever was outside heard it. All the windows were cracked open, and a moment later, there was a knock now on the window, and a man's voice said through the window, "Excuse me, I think you saw me at the lake earlier." I'd just like to explain myself. There was absolutely no chance I was opening the door to this person. For them to stalk me to my house told me this was a dangerous person. They repeatedly knocked on the window and kept yelling, "Hello," through it. I decided to acknowledge him now that he was getting more aggressive. I yelled, "Yo, leave or I'll call the police." I intended to either way, but it was still a threat to get him to leave. The man responded calmly now, saying, "Sir, if you could just open the front door, I'll explain everything to you." I repeated my threat, and I didn't hear his voice again. At this point, I shut and locked every window in the house and turned on the AC. I also made a report to the non-emergency police number, detailing both the barrel being dumped into the lake and the man coming to my house. I also made an online report with the Department of Environmental Protection. Making these 2 reports honestly made me feel a little better about going to sleep that night. But thank God I'm a light sleeper. In the middle of the night, around 2 a.m., I heard a crash from downstairs. I immediately sprang out of my bed and grabbed my Glock from the closet. I heard someone's attempt at quiet footsteps coming up the creaky wooden steps. I had my Glock loaded in hand as I stood behind my dresser right by my closet, aiming at the door. I heard very slow creeping towards my door. My bedroom door is closest to the stairs, so it was naturally the first door that they would approach. And sure enough, I heard the doorknob slowly press down and then the door pushed open. I saw nothing but the man's silhouette enter the room. I flicked on the lamp next to me so he could see my gun, and I screamed, "Get on the ground now." He raised his hands in the air and seemed for a second to be motioning for me to calm down. He had a small blade in his hand. I told him to drop it, but then he said calmly, "I'm leaving," and he turned and ran for downstairs. I yelled at him to stop, but he clearly took the chance on me being too afraid to pull the trigger. I heard him leave through the front door. I ran downstairs to lock the front door right away and then called 911. My living room window was shattered, glass was all over the floor. I kept my sight on that broken window until the police officer showed up. I had to explain that I already made a non-emergency report of what happened earlier, in fear of waiting too long by morning for the barrel to be gone in the darkness. I went with 2 of the officers who showed up to my house to where I saw that man dumping the barrel into the lake, but after 20 minutes of walking around looking for it, it was gone. The man must have made sure not to leave it behind. I gave my best description of the man to the police for their report. The man was a short, bearded white man with a receding hairline and glasses, wearing a black flannel shirt and black pants. After the police left, I stayed in the living room all night with my gun next to me, watching TV. No way in hell was I going to sleep with a broken window and some nut job out there. At dawn, my brothers came over to help me fix the window. My brother Azaria stayed at the house while my other brother and I went to Home Depot to get the window and parts. Azaria stayed at the house with me for a few nights till things cooled down. My not-so-wild theory is that the barrel contained human remains, possibly dissolved in some kind of acid. Why else would that man follow me home and then break into my house to potentially murder me? Trust your gut if something feels wrong. I knew if I opened my door to that man, something terrible might have happened to me.
I once matched with this girl that I'm still friends with on Tinder, named Min. She seemed cool right from the bat. She had a sleeve of tattoos on her left arm, red highlights in her hair, and in her profile, she mentioned she loved to work out. One of her pictures was taken on the rooftop of this cool-looking building with a sick view. I asked her where it was, and she told me it was some abandoned hospital on the edge of town that was super cool to explore at night and super easy to get into. There's usually one cop patrolling the huge parking lot at night to deter trespassers, but she said it was super easy to circumvent. She came up with the idea of us going there together as our first date, if you want to use the word date. I was totally on board with it. She seemed cool, and it seemed like a different kind of way to meet someone, as opposed to the usual, let's get drinks. I picked her up from her house 15 minutes away, and then we drove the 15 minutes to get to the hospital. Those 15 minutes gave us a nice chance to get to know each other a bit and get comfortable with each other's personalities. When we got to the hospital, she told me to park on this dead-end street hidden by a bunch of tall bushes, which was a 5-minute walk to the inside of the hospital. We hopped this little barrier separating the road from the hospital parking lot, then jogged across the wide-open lot towards the grass right next to the entrance she always used. She led us to a broken window into the basement of the hospital. It seemed kind of creepy. I was glad I wore raggy jeans, like she told me to, because I knew I was going to rip them on something. We used our phone flashlights. We didn't bring any special heavy-duty lights or anything. She seemed to know this whole hospital like the back of her hand. She led us to the stairway to the upstairs. I gotta say, being alone with one other person in a place like this at night was very scary, but I had no idea how scary it was about to get. On the first floor, Min kept talking so loud that I almost wanted to tell her to shoo. I was paranoid we'd be found out because of her voice. Down the corridor we were in, it sounded like a door was opening or closing. Something echoed down the corridor to us. She heard it too and went silent. I asked her in a whisper, "Is it normal for others to be here?" And she said, "Sometimes, but not really." We turned off our flashlights and waited. Suddenly, there was a bang much closer to us now. We both scrambled in the dark. I followed her, barely able to see. We made it back to the stairway and ran up the stairs with our lights back on. When we were a couple of levels higher, we felt it was okay to speak at a normal volume again. Min told me the police never come in here, so it may have been other explorers. But the weird thing was there was no sign of another light in that corridor. Nobody normal would be walking in the dark. Then we heard sounds echoing from the exit stairs shaft where we just were. Someone was coming up the stairs. Once again, we scrambled. She led the way, saying she knew where to go. We ran for a few minutes through this maze of a building. I was truly freaking out. It seemed like we were being followed, and I wasn't sure if I would rather have it been the cops or someone else. She led us to this mini outside spot. We weren't on the highest rooftop, but I guess we were on what you'd call the rooftop of this level. We stopped to catch our breath. The whole being followed thing was killing the vibe completely. Even she seemed concerned, and I looked to her as the expert with this place. After a few minutes, we relaxed a bit and went through this broken window into the ceiling of this one large room. This part was scary because she wanted to walk along these long, narrow wooden planks with a 10-foot drop below us. A fall from this height would cause injury, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. I followed her across the sketchy long wooden board until we got to the top of this pillar where one board stopped and another one started. We sat on this pillar to just chill and talk, with our legs dangling over the edge, overlooking the darkness below. It was creepy in there, and I thought we were all alone until there was a sound from below us. It sounded like someone walking. Our presence was already made known to whoever was in there, so we turned on our flashlights and aimed them down below. Right below us, standing at the pillar looking up at us, was this 40-something-year-old man in a black Carhartt beanie, wearing a black jacket and black sweatpants. He smiled at us and said in this creepy, deep voice, "Come on down," while waving for us to come down. I asked, "Are you police?" He disregarded my question as if he didn't hear me and repeated, "Come on down," with his creepy smile. Min and I got up, scared, and started walking back across the narrow piece of wood. I was even more scared of falling now than before. I had no idea what that man would do to us. As we were about halfway across, the man hurried out of the room below us through a door. He was most definitely going to try to catch us. We had to hurry. We made it across and tried to get out of there, knowing that man was dangerous. As we were running down the stairs in the shaft on the opposite side of the hospital, we heard the door a few flights above us open and slam shut, followed by footsteps stomping down the steps. He had somehow followed us. We were hauling ass, running as if we were running for our lives. We made it back to the first floor and ran to the opposite side of the hospital where we entered from. We went back to the basement and climbed through the broken window. The whole process of climbing through that window was haunting because I went out second and I was afraid my legs would be grabbed at any moment. But I think by that point, we had lost the man. We ran back across the parking lot to my car, and when we made it, the first thing we did was lock the doors and catch our breath. That was a complete nightmare, and somehow, us getting through it together created a sort of instant bond between us. We drove away from there and stopped at a Wendy's to get food and just collect our thoughts in the car. We chilled for an hour just talking, and then I dropped her off. Min and I have stayed in contact through the years, and while we were romantically involved for a few months, we ended up just staying good friends. Neither of us ever returned to that hospital again.
It was my first day of school after a terrible car accident. I was rejoining the life of a teenager. My drunk mom's reckless driving made me lose one of my legs. The teacher introduced me to the class, and I could tell people weren't welcoming. The students whispered about my appearance in the middle of the term, but I kept the accident a secret. If they knew I had a fake leg, they would make even more fun of me. During lunchtime, I was heading to my table carrying my food when I slipped and fell onto a popular girl named Emily. I spilled the pasta on her shiny new dress, and everyone started laughing. Weirdo. Hey, no need to be rude. Okay, or what? What are you gonna do, huh? She pushed me, and I couldn't keep my balance. This time, as I fell, my skirt went up to my knee, and everyone saw my prosthetic leg. Whoa, what is that? Are you even human, weirdo? People started taking my video. I was humiliated and traumatized. I wanted to smack that stupid girl, but my emotions got the best of me. I got up and ran away. I ran until my lungs gave up. When I stopped, I found myself standing in the woods. The school's backside led to the dense forest, and I was lost in it, not knowing where to go. I spotted this hiking trail. A humming sound was coming from the end of the trail. It was scary yet so alluring at the same time. I started following the trail. I had no idea where I was going, but I just couldn't stop myself from doing so. After 5 minutes of walking, I reached in front of a small mud hut. Smoke was coming from its windows. The humming had stopped by then. A rotten smell was making the air heavy. Being curious, I entered the hut. A gypsy woman was sitting near a fire pit with her eyes closed. The woman's partial face had burn wounds. On the fire pit was a small pot that had something black boiling in it. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and smiled at me. So you want them to be nice to you? I don't know how she could tell, but I nodded my head. She grinned, flashing her remaining teeth, and told me to sit closer to the fire. I followed her instructions like a faithful puppy. She took out a box and opened it. My skin crawled when I got to see what was inside. It was the leg of a dead bird. The color had turned black over time. What would I do with this? You can solve your problems. It would grant you 3 wishes, but only with hellish consequences as punishment for tampering with fate. You can't change what has happened. Your wishes need to revolve around the present, but you must decide if you want this or not. I looked at the box and could feel my heart beating faster. What more do I have to lose? I took the box from her hand. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck. A storm is coming. You should go home before you get lost in the dark. I came out of her hut after putting the box in my backpack. I turned back for one last glance. To my shock, the hut was gone. The lady was nowhere. It was just an empty barren land in the middle of the woods. I couldn't sleep the entire night. All I could think was, what should I ask for my first wish? Then suddenly, a cruel plan came to mind. I opened the box and made my first wish. I wanted Emily to get humiliated at school. The next day, we were all sitting in our art class when Emily started behaving crazily. She picked up a scissor and began cutting her hair while laughing like a psycho. Other students got scared seeing her behave that way. Our art teacher tried to stop her, but she didn't let go of the scissor. I was sitting right next to her and watching her embarrass herself. My heart enjoyed the cruel deed I just pulled off when suddenly the scissors slipped from her hand and landed on my big toe. I got up screaming in pain. Emily was escorted out of the classroom, and I got immediate medical attention. The power of the dead bird's leg made me a little scared. To get my revenge, I ended up hurting myself as well, but then it was only a cut, so it didn't take me much more time to make my second wish. After Emily was out of the scene, it was decided no way she's going to be at the prom. I wanted to take this chance. I wished for Emily's boyfriend Jack to ask me to the prom. I wanted to ruin her and hurt her as much as possible, and my wish came true. While leaving for home, Jack came to me. He told me since Emily won't be going, he wanted a date for the prom and he wanted to take me. I obviously said yes. I appeared at the prom in a bluish-pink gown with Jack, but before we could walk onto the dance floor, I went to the washroom. I was ready for my third and final wish. I asked the dead bird's leg to make the prom night memorable for me, and that's all I wished for. That night, we danced and enjoyed ourselves. It was looking up for me, which is why I forgot about the malevolent consequence of the wishes. At the end of the prom, Jack and I got crowned as the prom king and queen. My wish came true. As I climbed up to the stage, I was all set to make my prom speech when suddenly something horrible happened. A bucket filled with foul-smelling pig blood landed on me from above. I was drenched in thick, gooey liquid. I looked at the audience, and all of their eyes were on me, just how I wished it to be. Suddenly, Catherine entered from backstage. She went psycho for stealing her boyfriend right before prom. It was she who tied the bucket above my head and was waiting for the right opportunity. That's when my head snapped. I jumped onto Catherine with my prom queen trophy and began hitting her on the head with it. People were trying to separate us, but I didn't stop. Instead, Catherine's heart stopped beating. My life got ruined, and now I'm waiting on death row. Every night, I wake up screaming to these nightmares where I see a dead bird's leg sitting on my face, scorching my skin with its sharp nails. Hey, my name is Richard. I was always one of the most popular kids in school. People were always coming up to me and trying to get close to me. Anyone who hung out with me automatically became more popular. Everyone except Edward, my best friend. Edward is the classic nerdy guy who doesn't like to go to parties. But that's not why no one approached him. It was because if you approached him, you could meet Norton, his other personality. Norton was a dangerous person. There were times when he would destroy labs at school, break glass, try to start fires, or spit on people without being seen. I knew that when Edward came back, he wouldn't remember any of this, so in order not to depress him, I took responsibility for the things Norton did and always ended up being punished. Many times I thought about not defending him anymore, but when I saw how the bullies at school were always beating him up, I decided that I didn't want to bring another problem into his life. Graduation day was supposed to be the best day of our lives. We were all very excited to go, except Edward, who told me he wouldn't go and that he would rather stay home and watch movies. I decided to respect him and get ready to go to the dance, but as I was doing so, something felt wrong. Edward was my best friend. I couldn't abandon him on a day like this. I decided to go to his house as a surprise and watch movies with him. But when I got to his house and met his parents, they told me he had gone on a date. A date? I knew Edward well, and I knew that this was a lie. Had he gotten into trouble? They offered me to go to his room to drop off the movies I had brought, and I took the opportunity to see his room for the first time. Edward had always been very private with his private life, so we always went to my house. The moment I entered his room, I understood why. His entire room was filled with posters of serial killers, satanic symbols, and gun catalogs. As I checked his computer, I saw that he had several messages to his bullies. The messages were threatening, telling them that today he would beat them all up, that he would take revenge for everything they did to him, and to meet him in the abandoned alley around the corner from the prom dance. I left in desperation and ran to the abandoned alley. If Norton had planned for this, but changed his personality in the middle of the fight, it would surely put Edward in the hospital. I got to the alley quickly, but the fight had already started. 2 of the 3 bullies that usually attacked Edward were injured, shirt on the ground. One of them was fighting with Norton. I ran to separate them, and in the middle of the bully's distraction when he saw me coming, Norton stabbed him in the head with a knife. At that moment, I looked around and realized that the other 2 guys were not injured from fighting but had also been attacked by a knife. The boy fell, and Norton stared at me with a maniacal, unhinged, obsessive smile. He immediately picked up the knife and ran towards me, but suddenly he stopped, and his gaze changed. What happened? I did this? Edward, you came back. No, I couldn't have done this. Richard, my life is over. I'll never go to college. I'll never find a cure for my illness. I will never get help. I've ruined everything. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Edward was a good person. He didn't deserve this. These guys tortured him all the way through high school. Now that they're dead, Norton probably wouldn't come back, and nobody would bully him at the university. Edward, I'll take the blame. What? I can't let you do that. Listen to me. I'm useless. I have no future. I'm not going to college, and I'm not as smart as you. I'm taking a bullet for you. Just study hard and medicate yourself for your problem, okay? No, we have to figure out how to make the police believe that I caused this. Maybe I have a good alibi. I told my parents I was going on a date. You're right, that will work. I can tell them that you met these men and I defended you. Yeah, good idea. At that moment, something went through my head very quickly. Something was wrong. Hey Edward, this was all planned by Norton, didn't he? Yeah, I suddenly appeared here. I don't remember anything. So how do you know you told your parents you were going on a date? I didn't say it was Norton. But you don't remember when Norton takes over you. Edward's face was in a state of pure shock. I had never seen him choke so hard on his own words. There was something he wasn't telling me. Edward, I don't know if it's a good idea for me to cover you. If you have a disease, you should take responsibility for it. Suddenly, Edward lunged at me with the knife. I managed to dodge him, but he cut off a part of my arm. You know, you were a great help all through high school, but now you're even more useful to me dead. Norton, you were pretending to be Edward. Oh, innocent. What do you mean, kid? I never had multiple personality disorder. You mean there was never a Norton? No, silly. The one who never existed was Edward. With all of his strength, he attacked me with a knife, but I managed to get my hand through at the right moment. I pushed him and tried to get away, but in one leap, he struck the knife in my calf, and I fell. I was at the mercy of Norton, sticking a knife in my back and killing me. Suddenly, one of the bullies who had been wounded rammed him, threw himself on top of him, and choked him to death while yelling at me to call the police. Terrified and in pain, I called as fast as I could, and within minutes, 2 police cars and an ambulance arrived. The boy who saved me almost bled to death but survived. His testimony was the only thing that saved me from going to jail. After that, I decided that I would trust myself more, and in only 4 years, I became a lawyer. When I remember Edward, I get goosebumps. Who knows what that psycho would have done if he stayed alive? 3 years ago, when I was broke, I moved to a new city for a job. This job was not the most well-paying job, but it was decent. Because I had no money going into it, I had to find a cheap place to live. I ended up going on Craigslist and finding a roommate there. I know that sounds sketchy, and the truth is that it is sketchy because the guy that I was roommates with was weird. At first, he seemed normal enough, but I never actually met him in person until I moved into the apartment. We had a 2-bedroom place right outside of the city. My roommate's name was Bellamy, and he was thin, had longer hair, and was about my age. The apartment that we got was not very nice. It was located in not the best neighborhood, and the building was old and a little bit run down. We had a living room, a small kitchen, and then a hallway where Bellamy's room was at one end. The bathroom was sort of across from Bellamy's room, and then my bedroom was at the other end of the hallway. I knew that living with Bellamy would be temporary, and as soon as I had enough money to move to a better place, I would. After meeting Bellamy and moving in, he just seemed a little bit strange. He was not that friendly, and for the most part, he stayed out of my way, which was nice, and I stayed out of his. Bellamy seemed to be a pretty private guy and didn't have much interest in being friends or anything, and that was fine. One thing he did, though, was forget to lock the main door of our apartment. There were like 5 different times where I know I locked the door, and then I would see it unlocked. I tried to talk to him about it once, and he kind of blew me off. This made me kind of mad because many times I would get up to use our only bathroom, which was right across from Bellamy's room, so I would have to walk by his door to use the bathroom. Bellamy would be in his bedroom when I was going to use the bathroom. A lot of times when I would start to approach, I would literally hear him locking his door. It was like he was afraid that I was going to try to go into his room, so he was locking it. I never once tried to enter his room. I never even knocked on his door, so it was annoying how he would always do that but seemingly forget to lock the front door of the apartment that we lived in. I would have liked to have the front door locked all the time. Luckily, though, my bedroom also had a lock on it. One night, I was sleeping but woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing that I remember after waking up is that I heard somebody right outside my bedroom door. My heart started racing, and I didn't know what to do. Whoever this person was already inside the apartment, probably because Bellamy left the door unlocked. I then heard this noise, like somebody was messing around with the lock on my door, maybe they were trying to pick it. This went on for like a minute, but luckily they didn't get in. I got my phone that was next to my bed and called the police. Then I turned on my bedroom light. When this happened, I heard whoever it was moving away from the door and seemingly back out towards the living room. I didn't leave my room until the police arrived. By then, I hadn't heard anything in a long time. I finally left my bedroom and saw that our front door was left unlocked again. The police came in and searched the place. While this was going on, Bellamy left his bedroom, apparently woken up by the motion. He said that he didn't see or hear anything. The police didn't find anybody and nothing was stolen or missing. I even remember when the police were there, Bellamy loudly said to me, "Are you sure you weren't dreaming the whole thing?" I found this comment to be a little bit rude because I knew that I wasn't. The police also heard him, and I didn't want them to think that I was just imagining the whole thing. The police advised us to keep our door locked, and then they left. After they left, I remember Bellamy asking me why I called the cops. It was like he was annoyed that I did. I said because he left the front door unlocked and somebody broke in. Bellamy claimed that he didn't leave it unlocked and said that our lock must be faulty, but I didn't believe him. I mean, somebody broke into our apartment and tried to get into my bedroom, and Bellamy just seemed annoyed by the whole thing. He didn't even seem that concerned. After that, we both went back to our rooms, and I went back to bed. I really couldn't wait to move out of there. Soon, I would have enough money saved up to do so. Several days went by and everything seemed to be going normally. Then one night, I was in my bedroom again. Now usually, I would hang out in my bedroom and then go to the bathroom and brush my teeth. Then I would return, lock my door, and go to sleep. That was my nightly routine. So, on this night, I believe it was a Friday because I didn't have work the next morning. I know that because I was staying up much later and watching YouTube videos on my phone. It was past the time that I usually went to sleep. I think it was after midnight. I was lying on my bed, and my lights were out, but my door was unlocked because I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I remember all of a sudden seeing my bedroom door start to open. My headphones were in, so I didn't hear anything, but when I saw this, I took them out and looked to the door. After it slowly opened, I saw Bellamy entering. When he saw me staring right at him, he stopped, turned around, and then left. I yelled at him, asking what he wanted, but he quickly returned to his room. I thought this was really weird and also creepy, so I got up, brushed my teeth, then locked my door and went to bed. The next day, I asked Bellamy what he was doing, and he completely denied it. I couldn't believe it. He suggested that I was having another dream. This made me mad. But I didn't say anything. Instead, I realized that it was probably him the night I had called the police. I don't think anybody else even entered our apartment. I mean, nothing was stolen and nothing was messed up. Plus, the person went right for my room. So I started looking for a new place that same day. Within a week, I moved out. Ever since then, I haven't seen or heard from Bellamy, and I'm hoping that I never do. My name is Laura. I'm 20 years old, and I work at a Walmart by a small town called Jackson in Alabama. Since I don't go to school full-time, my boss would oftentimes put me on an overnight shift. Back when the store was open 24 hours a day, given that it was a supercenter, there would still be a number of employees working. My shift this one particular night was 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was one of only a couple employees doing stock work. There was 1 or 2 employees at registers up front. Given that our store sits in the countryside of Alabama, we didn't really get much business at these insane hours of the night. However, it was a prime restocking period. I didn't personally know the other employees working that night, but it's not like we'd run into each other in the giant store anyway. I started my night folding pants in the men's department and generally tidying up. I kept headphones in at night because usually there would be no one to tell me to take them out. a customer came to the jeans section. And at that time, it was around 11:30 p.m. So, it wasn't really that weird. People would still come in and close shop till usually around midnight. The customer came up to me and asked me if we had any more of the specific pants he found in a different waist size. I apologized and told him only whatever was on the rack. He thanked me and walked away. I made accidental eye contact with him as soon as he stood by the rack, putting the jeans back. It was kind of awkward. He walked away, and I continued with my work. Some time passed, and the store started to look like a ghost town. No one to be seen as far as the eye could see. I think it was like 1 a.m. I had made my way over to the appliances section. I was doing a lot of back and forth work with boxes from the back section, where we kept all the items that were yet to go out. I brought a wagon full of boxes to one of the aisles and started stocking the shelves. Because the shelves were empty, though, I was able to see someone through the next aisle over. And they were watching me. Well, only up until he noticed me notice him, then he looked away. But his eyes looked really familiar. I stepped closer to get a better view, and I realized it was the same customer from like 2 hours earlier. How in the world could he still be in the store without making it obvious? I took the wagon with me and passed the next aisle over just to get a look and see if the man had any items in his hands. His hands were completely empty. No way could he be shopping for 2 hours and not pick up a single thing. Something wasn't right. I quickly finished up restocking the shelf with coffee machines and other appliances, then brought the empty wagon to the back area. I chilled out in there for a while because, quite frankly, I felt like that guy might have been following or watching me longer than I realized. I played on my phone for a little while in the employee lounge. Then, when I figured it was time to get back to work, I decided I would do grocery work instead, just to be in a different part of the store. I went into the dairy cooler and filled a bunch of crates with dairy products like milk and yogurts. This took a lot of time to do because I had to check the dates on the products and such. Over the loud sound of the giant refrigerators keeping the cooler cold, I heard the door to the dairy cooler burst open. There was conveniently a gap in the boxes sitting on one of the pallets that allowed me to peek through it to the door of the cooler, and I swear, it was that same customer. I ran to cover under one of the shelves and pushed a big box full of eggs in front of me. Didn't have to worry about making noise because the refrigerators were so loud. For anyone wondering why I decided to hide, well, I already assumed this guy was hanging around the store watching me. Seeing him in the employees-only section, never mind that, coming into the dairy cooler, seemingly something bad was definitely about to go down. I hid behind that box with my head down for the longest time, expecting to hear the doors to the cooler open and close. Eventually, after a while of hiding and not looking, I assumed maybe he left after looking for me. I lifted my head from my arms for the first time and looked up in front of the box and screamed. He was right there, smiling at me, standing over the box. But his smile vanished as soon as I started to scream. He tried putting his hand on my lips to muffle my scream, but I didn't allow that to go any further. I pushed the box of eggs over right into him, and the eggs falling to the floor made him step back, looking down at his shoes. I ran right past him, but he didn't grab me, so I continued to run until I found another stock worker and told him to help me. The employee's name was David. I remember from his name tag. Suddenly, the man from the dairy cooler came up to the two of us and apologized, explaining that he was from corporate and was coming to make sure everything was running smoothly. He said he didn't mean to scare me and was simply checking up on me in the dairy cooler to make sure I wasn't slacking off. This David guy seemed to believe it all, but then again, he didn't seem very smart at all. I asked the man why he put his hand on my mouth, and he said he was trying to avoid making a scene. Then, shockingly, he gave me the order to finish up the appliance section, and he disappeared as he was speed walking away down the aisle. I called out, "What's your name?" and he called back, "Jerry," and just like that, he was gone. The next day, I called one of the managers and asked if there was supposed to be a visit from corporate the night before and if a creepy man named Jerry sounded familiar. My manager, Margaret, said it sounded like complete nonsense. There was no record of anyone from corporate named Jerry who was supposed to come visit, nor would anyone from corporate ever be in the store at 2 a.m. They then went ahead and checked the camera footage, and a police report was filed when they realized this was a random man, and the cameras proved this man had been stalking me between the aisles for the better part of the first few hours of my shift. I told Margaret I couldn't do night shifts anymore after that, and she understood. I still work there, but more so as a day stock person or a cashier. I'm a single mother of my 9-year-old boy Ben. When this happened, he was 6 and I was 28. I have my own house that was passed down to me from my grandparents. It's in the quiet side of town with a lot of older people, and I still live here with Ben today. It was Christmas time, and I was out with Ben shopping. I was doing my Christmas shopping for my family. Ben and I went to the mall, including a few clothing stores and a hardware store where I bought a gift for my dad. After all the shopping was done, I took Ben to McDonald's to get him some burgers and ice cream. Afterwards, we left the mall through the south exit, and here we bumped into a mall Santa standing outside. He waved at us and said the usual Santa stuff. He then knelt down to get to Ben's level and asked him what he wanted for Christmas. Ben led my hand closer to the Santa, and I allowed it because he seemed like a normal nice mall Santa. Ben said he wanted a Nintendo Switch, which ironically was what I was planning on buying him for Christmas. The Santa laughed and said, "If you're good, maybe you'll get it," while looking up at me and winking. I smiled, and then he stood up and started complimenting me, saying to Ben, "Your mother's a looker, Ben, you know that?" Ben laughed even though he didn't know what that meant. I still smiled. Then we had a couple of minutes worth of seemingly friendly adult conversation about the holiday mayhem and such. The guy said he worked for the mall. I regrettably mentioned the stress of being a single mom during Christmas is unfathomable, and then I made a joke about needing Santa's help. Then the Santa made what I thought was an innocent joke, saying, "Ben, have you ever heard the song, 'I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus'?" Ben shook his head yes. Then he leaned in towards me with his cheek, implying he wanted me to kiss his cheek. I was going to give him an innocent little peck on the fake beard, but as I leaned in, he turned his head and tried doing that old trick where he kisses you on the lips instead. I moved my face away in time. The way he did it was so creepy and aggressive too. He looked at me and started doing the Santa kind of laugh, but there was nothing jolly about it. I said, "Come on, Ben," and we started walking away. He yelled, "Merry Christmas," and that was the last thing I heard him say. As we drove away past the back exit of the mall, I noticed he wasn't there in front of the entrance anymore. I wish I had taken that into consideration as to what may have happened next. We got home, and after bringing everything inside, I locked the door. Ben and I started to watch a Christmas movie. Our wholesome time together was then interrupted. My doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, and it was late for any kind of door-to-door people. I told Ben to keep watching as I went to go answer the door. I said, "Who is it?" through the door, and a man's voice on the other side said, "It's Santa." My heart dropped. I said, "If you're the mall Santa, please go away, or I'm calling the cops." He replied, "You dropped something out of your bag, miss." I'm just looking to return it. I replied, what did I drop? He replied, I don't know, Mississippi. I'm not looking to be nosy, but if you open the door, I can hand it to you. I repeated myself that I wanted him to leave now. I then decided to call the mall management office to report this, but the man on the phone said they don't officially hire any mall Santas at this mall and that whoever is dressing as Santa is doing it on their own accord. With that bit of information, I felt incredibly unsafe. I went back to be with Ben, but my mind was elsewhere now. I felt this sickly worried feeling in my gut. I made an excuse to get up again. After a few minutes, I went to the kitchen out of earshot of the TV. I raised the blinds to the kitchen window. I couldn't see anything out there, being that the kitchen light was on and it was pitch black outside, but I heard a man yelling, ho, ho, ho. He was probably out there watching me at that very moment, looking out the window. I had no choice but to call the police and report that I was followed by a man dressed as Santa. I told Ben to keep watching the movie, and I spoke to the police outside. They took a report and were on their way. The police having come made me feel just a little better. A few nights later, though, my doorbell rang again around the same time, if not a little later. Ben was already asleep tonight. I was in the living room watching a show. I turned off the TV and went upstairs to my room, which is connected to Ben's room. The doorbell didn't ring again, but I never went back downstairs that night. It wasn't until the next day when I was leaving the house that I found the note taped to my front door. It was typed out and printed. This is a picture of the note, and it said, I'll just be blunt. I'm sure you can guess who this is. I didn't mean to scare you the other night. I just had a long shift, and when a pretty lady talks to you after pretending to be Santa for 6 hours, hormones kind of go crazy. You and your son are the cutest things ever, and I'd love to one day be a part of your family. You can't pretend you didn't feel the connection when we spoke the other night. I already know where you live now, I just need your number. Feel free to shoot me a text whenever, and maybe we can plan something one day. Sorry, I know this may seem creepy or a bit much, but I'm the kind of guy where if I see something I like, I go after it. Anyway, happy holidays if we don't speak soon. Here's my number. Best, Jack. I wanted to crumple this up, but I took a picture of it, called the police again, and gave this to them. Since it had his number on it, the police could work with that. They said I'd be hearing from someone when action was taken, and that following Monday, I got a call from, I assume, a detective telling me that the man would not be contacting me anymore, and if he did, to let him know. I never heard from that creep again. I assumed the police threatened to arrest him if there was any further contact. I've been a hunter for more than 20 years. My dad taught me, just like my grandpa taught him, the same as I taught my own son in turn. I've faced down grizzly bears, packs of hungry coyotes, even guys I suspected to be cartel tending to illegal grow sites. But they're things a man can deal with a can of bear mace, a warning shot. Only once have I come across something I didn't know how to deal with. Only once have I ever truly been frightened. When I hunt, I take dogs. They're a pair of big old Airedale Terriers, good hunting hounds and even better company. Just from the way they're acting, I can tell if there's a bear in the area or if we're still on the trail of that whitetail we've been tracking. Unfortunately, on the day in question, they couldn't pick up anything. I mean, that's not unusual at first. It normally takes an hour or two to really get a sense of what's been moving through the area, to kind of tune into the forest. But we walked for hours and hours and didn't find so much as a squirrel. The woods were eerily quiet that day, so reluctantly, I doubled back to a creek we'd passed and sat down to fish. The fish, however, were not so shy, and I managed to get one on the hook in record time. One of the joys of hunting smaller game is actually being able to eat whatever you've killed right there and then, and nothing tastes as good as fresh fried fish. So I tie my fishing line off on a tree, letting my dinner hang there in the evening sun while I get to work building a small cooking fire right there next to the lake. It took a little longer than I'd have liked thanks to recent summer rains, but soon I'd had the tinder crackling with smoke and flame. Then it was just a case of gutting that fish and tossing it in the pan with some Crisco. Gutting a fish is easy, but it sure ain't glamorous. Sometimes you pull out a parasite or two that's attached itself to the gills or guts, just one or two normally. But this thing had a mess of them in its belly. Its shimmering insides were black with writhing worms. It was sick, real sick. I tossed it on the fire and washed my hands off in the creek. I've never seen anything like that in all my years, but I wasn't scared. Disgusted, sure, but not scared. Not yet anyway. I kicked some dirt on the fire, whistled for the dogs, and began to walk back to the car. I decided that I'd make a point of stopping by the park ranger station to tell them about those parasites I'd seen inside the fish. Only, I never made it to the ranger station. My dogs are real good boys. They know not to make a lot of noise out in the woods, lest they scare the game away. The most I've ever seen them make noise is a kind of muted yapping whenever there's a grizzly in the area. So when we're about halfway back to my truck, one of them lets out this string of loud, angry barks. My first thought is that it's another person out here with another dog. Trigger is a friendly boy, but he barks up a storm whenever he sees or smells another hound. I tell him to hustle up, but he just keeps on barking for a moment or two before he did the weirdest thing. He slinks back towards me, tail between his legs, whining and yapping like I hadn't seen him since he was a puppy. I reached down to pet him, and he was shaking like a leaf. Then out of nowhere, he just peed right there on the ground. He didn't lift his leg like he normally does against a tree. The poor guy just let loose, almost like he didn't mean to. That's what got me thinking, what is it that had Trigger so scared? Whatever it was close enough for him to catch the thing's scent, big enough to make him freak out like that. I had no intention of hanging around to find out what it was. I started walking back in the direction of my truck a little faster than before. The dogs were bounding back and forth, barking into the woods behind us and yelping at me as if to say, "Hurry up, old man." I kept wheeling around with my rifle pressed into my shoulder, ready to fire at some mama grizzly who decided I was too much of a risk to her babies. But nothing came. I didn't even hear twigs snapping. No tree branches swaying. Whatever it was coming at us was moving totally silently. That was around the time I began to smell this real strong scent in the air, kind of like cat pee or something, only it had this awful rotten tinge to it. I don't think I'd run like that since high school. I was exhausted when I finally got back to my truck, dripping sweat from hauling my nearly 50-year-old self across half a mile of woodland. The dogs actually tried to scramble over me to get into the cab once I'd unlocked the door, and I may or may not have been speeding down that dirt road before I even closed the door. I couldn't take my mind off it the whole drive home, and the more I thought about it, the more it was obvious that something was terribly wrong with the woods around that area. Even in the middle of winter, when most of the birds and animals move south for warmer pastures, the woods are alive with the sounds of nature, hammering woodpeckers, the occasional high-pitched squeal of an elk, the screeching of birds of prey from above. They're never, ever quiet. But that day, the woods were completely silent. It reminded me of a documentary I'd seen on natural disasters. Before an earthquake or tsunami, all of the animals in an affected area seem to sense the oncoming danger and flee. This has been reported time and time again by the survivors of such events. Whatever was out there, the animals had sensed it, just like my dogs had, and it had scared them like the devil. I have no trouble admitting that I was terrified. Like I said, I've been a hunter for more than 20 years, and nothing has ever so much as made me jump. But something wasn't right about the woods that day, something that still makes my skin crawl to think about even to this day. I told a few old buddies of mine one time, but they just laughed and called it a campfire story. Some days, I really wish it was. The town I grew up in was pretty country, to put it lightly. Nothing but farms, crops, abandoned churches, and ugly worn-down houses. Everyone around us was pretty broke. Property taxes were like $1,000 a year, if that. With that came a lot of sketchball characters. Hell, even our neighbor was a weirdo, nice but weird. We weren't well off ourselves, but things at least got a little better for my family when my siblings and I were old enough to work too. When this app Hot or Not was still a thing many years back, I matched with this girl Laura, who I started seeing for a while. We matched in late summertime and we were seeing each other through September. Already this was early October, Laura and I were looking for a nice cheap date to go on. Really, there wasn't much to do around there. We've gone on hikes, explored, and gotten food, not much else going on. So we took a new route in the car this day, somewhere neither of us had been, just to find something. We found this little restaurant sitting in a random parking lot on the side of the road. It had outdoor seating, so we went there. It was a warm, cloudy day when we arrived and got seated at a table outside the restaurant. We were there for 45 minutes to an hour, and after leaving, it grew noticeably foggy out. We continued to drive down this route we'd never been down before, a really desolate road with just open fields and farmland on either side with occasional patches of trees and woods. Then we passed something different. It was a sign for a pumpkin patch, only it was a very cheaply made sign. It wasn't some big billboard or anything like that. It was a wooden picket sign that said, "Pumpkin picking this way," and an arrow pointing to the right. Right behind the sign was a dirt driveway cutting through the field. Through the fog, we saw a house that the driveway led to, so in a spur-of-the-moment decision, we both agreed we wanted to check it out because why not, and drove off the road down the driveway. We passed the house into this back area, which was covered by trees in two directions, the left side and the far back side. Tucked between the house and woods was this big pumpkin patch. It was a genuine pumpkin farm, and we saw at least 200 pumpkins scattered all over the place, and that was just what the fog allowed us to see. We parked next to this old jalopy of a pickup truck, the only other vehicle visible on the property. We noticed an older couple sitting on the back deck of the house as we got out. The two of them got up and greeted us. I said we're here for the pumpkin picking, and the old woman said with a smile, "Welcome, pick anything you'd like." I asked her how much it would be for a pumpkin, and the old woman said, "It's free." We were surprised. The fog was acting as a sort of barrier, so we couldn't clearly see the two. It was a little creepy, but I could still tell that it looked like the old man was smiling at Laura. His smile was very gummy. It was kind of gross. We both said thank you and started walking into the pumpkin patch. A lot of the pumpkins were on the smaller side, were mushy, and just not very attractive. The ground was also kind of wet from the fog, I guess, and some of the pumpkins felt wet and muddy too. It was hard to find a really nice one, but eventually, we did find one. I picked up this big, healthy-looking pumpkin. It was heavy. I brought it over to the back deck where the old couple just was. They weren't there anymore. I asked Laura if we should just leave. She said probably. It really felt like we were clear to leave since we already thanked them, and they made it clear they were free. So we got back in the car, and I started doing a 3-point turn on the dirt driveway to leave when we heard someone yelling outside. We both got startled and turned to face the house, where we saw a middle-aged man in a cap yelling, "Hey, stop." I lowered the window, and he put his face through the window and yelled, "What the hell are y'all doing?" "I'm calling 911. I said, "What did we do?" And he said, "Put that pumpkin back right now." Laura and I, talking over each other, both tried to explain to the man that the older couple told us to take whatever we wanted. I assumed they were his parents. The man said, "What older couple? What are you talking about?" I replied, "Are your parents also here?" He said, "I ain't got no parents." Laura and I, both equally confused, looked at each other. I said, "Sir, there was an older couple sitting on your back deck 10 minutes ago, and they told us to take whatever we wanted." The man said, "There ain't no older couples here." He asked where the pumpkin is. I told him in the back. I unlocked the door, and he grabbed the pumpkin. He said if we ever came back here, he'd shoot us, and then he spit at the ground and walked back to his house. I drove us out of there. We were as confused as could be. We considered the idea that maybe it was a joke, but that would be a real sick joke. I made a joke saying, "What if they were ghosts?" and Laura said, "Stop," clearly freaked out. But then I got the chills myself as I thought about what I just said. There was silence in the car for a few seconds, and I know we both pondered that idea. Out of curiosity, one day my 2 siblings went to that pumpkin farm to go pumpkin picking. They bought a pumpkin from the guy we saw, and they probed him a bit, asking about the farm and if the man lives there with anyone. The man said he lives there alone. This was unsettling to hear. It truly, to this day, doesn't make a lick of sense. Could the man have been lying about the older couple being there? I don't know, possibly, but why? The scarier question is, what if he wasn't lying and he truly does live alone? Then who were those people? When I was 18, I was very immature and naive. I was kind of a jerk when I was on the road, hunting whenever I got impatient, borderline cutting people off. Looking back now, it was very stupid. If I ever have kids, I'll be that much more strict with them as far as their driving. That being said, I did drive a lot for someone my age. I went away to school 5 hours away from home. No matter what day of the week, traffic always gets atrocious the closer I get to home. So during breaks, I'll drive home at night to avoid this. What goes from a 4 to 5 hour drive down to a 3-hour drive? It was the beginning of winter break as the fall semester just ended. All my friends left for home on the same day. I just waited till later on in the night to head out because there's nothing I hate more than traffic. I used to drive a Mazda 3 that I would beat the ever-living crap out of, and admittedly, I used to be known for driving my car to a near-empty tank consistently. People would comment on it whenever they'd be in the car with me, and I'd always assure them that the car would still have at least 30 miles to go even after the needle would hit E. I found out the night I was driving home from school that I was wrong. I was only like an hour into my drive on the interstate. The needle was on E, and I was pushing my luck waiting for a gas station sign instead of looking up the nearest one on the map. The car started making these weird sounds suddenly and jolting, and that's when I realized I may have actually run the tank empty this time. I got off the first exit ramp and hoped it would lead right to a gas station. This exit was dark though, with no street lights, and there were just woods on either side. I was scared to slow down and lose my speed because I didn't know if I'd have enough gas to find a gas station. I blew through the stop sign at the end of the ramp and made a sharp left turn on the intersecting road, which was another dark road surrounded by woods. I was screwed. The car eventually came to a stop, and the engine died. Things only got worse when I took out my phone and saw I had no bars. I have T-Mobile, which is the worst possible reception anywhere far from a major city. I tried calling 911 because I was stupid and thought that 911 works even without reception. Of course, it didn't. I was terrified because I didn't know what to do. I turned on my hazard lights and just waited for someone to pass by. It was a long time before I saw headlights approaching. When I did, I flashed my headlights at them, and they passed me, made a U-turn, then pulled up on the grass behind me. I didn't know who was getting out of that car, though, and I was an 18-year-old defenseless girl. I just cracked the window down a little bit as this man approached my car. I told him I needed help. I ran out of gas. He offered to give me a ride to the nearest gas station. He was this bald guy with glasses on. He kind of looked trustworthy. I had no other apparent options but to accept his offer. I got out of the car and followed him to his car, making sure to lock my doors first. His car was a black Honda, year probably a 2010. It smelled funky in his car. I couldn't pin what the smell could be, though. He banged another U-turn and started driving in the direction he was driving before. He made conversation with me, asking where I was from and basic questions. I was honest with him that I was driving home from school. He said he lived in the area and that they don't get too many out-of-towners getting off the interstate for this quiet little town. The route we were taking lacked any buildings anywhere. It was just woods everywhere. I asked if he knew of any gas stations, and he said yeah, just a ways up the road. I started hearing bumping and thumping coming from the back of the vehicle. It sounded like the trunk. At first, I thought it was maybe just bumps in the road or a loose object in the trunk. He seemed to keep talking like he wouldn't stop. Finally, we got to a sort of town-looking area. There were some lights and buildings at last, a diner, and a few small houses. There was a red light at the first intersection since I got in his car. We came to a stop, and for the first time, there was silence. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of someone screaming in the trunk, followed by thumps and bangs. I looked at the man, who looked at me. In a split second, I unbuckled my seatbelt, opened the door, and ran while at the same time, he tried grabbing me and pulling me back into the car. I heard him get out as well, but instead of chasing me, he ran to close his passenger side door. Then I heard him floor it down the street. I ran into the diner and asked for help, making a scene. I used their phone to call 911. I waited there, and it became this whole huge thing with multiple police showing up to the diner to take a report. Given the gravity of the report that I was making, that I heard someone in the trunk of the car, they had to get every last detail from me about the man's car, his appearance, and where he picked me up. I was also given a ride back to my car so that they could also include the pickup location in the report. They also helped me get a hold of AAA, which eventually would come to my location to fill my car with gas. This was overall the scariest experience of my life. I was shaken to the core the whole rest of the ride home. I hope they found that man. I hope whoever was in that trunk is still alive today. For all I know, that man could have been bringing me to his house or somewhere else, and I was just lucky I had a chance to get out at that red light. I love October and the months around it. Spooky season has always been my favorite time of the year, It was Halloween night, so my group of friends and I were really excited. We had been waiting for weeks for Halloween to finally come around. I was only 14, and all 4 of my friends were roughly the same age as me. We all ranged from 13 to 15 years old. This was like 10 years ago, but it's a story I still like to tell from time to time. My friends and I had been waiting for 7:30 to finally roll around so we could finally go out and walk around a neighborhood to get our candy. My parents were scolding me and my friends not to knock on the door or to trick or treat at all at one specific house. We didn't understand why, and I didn't really care, if I'm being honest. You know how teenagers are, it goes through one ear and out the other sometimes. I reassured her that I would make sure none of us went up to that house. To be honest with you, I didn't even know which house she was talking about. But I just pretended like I did so we could finally be on our way. I mean, every second of not trick-or-treating was another second we were wasting our time not getting any candy. Every year, we would always try to get the most candy as fast as possible. It was sort of a competition between my friends and me. We were finally off to the first house right next door. We were so excited that after only maybe 10 or 15 houses, we ended up splitting into 2 different groups. It was me, James, and Cecilia. Josh and Connor ended up doing their own thing for a bit, but we ended up running into them maybe 30 minutes later into the night. Anyways, usually I always listen to my parents, but honestly, I thought they were just trying to play a Halloween scare on me. What's the worst that could happen anyway? There's 5 of us total, and we'd be able to defend ourselves if anything were to happen. Whoa, look at that house, said James. Yeah, it looks really cool, we all agreed and headed over to it. It was like a smaller size Victorian-style house, so it was extra creepy on Halloween. And as we were all walking up the steps, wait, Cecilia said, that's the house your parents told us not to go to, a house on the end of Bay Street, and this is exactly what your mom described to us. Come on, let's turn around. Dude, are you kidding me? Stop being a pansy, I said. I've lived in this neighborhood all my life. It's not that big of a deal. What are you, scared? There was absolutely no light coming from the house at all. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous, but I was really curious, as we all were. We made our way up to the porch finally, and we were all cracking sarcastic jokes. We were talking about how it looked abandoned, that it's probably haunted, and how a demon is probably going to jump out and take Cecilia for being so scared. I knocked on the door, and we also yelled trick or treat. We waited. Hello. Trick or treat. Give us our candy, old man. Get the hell off my porch, the strange man said. Coming from inside. We all ran. Okay, yeah, I was a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, but I thought it would be funny if we came back a few minutes later to mess with him further. Yeah, thinking about this now, I know it was unbelievably immature, but I've grown up since then completely. We finished trick-or-treating, and I said my goodbyes to my friends. Josh ended up staying the night at my house, though. We thought it would be hilarious if we snuck out after my parents fell asleep and went back to that house. So that's what we did. On our way there, we were trying to figure out what to do. We didn't know what else to do other than ding-dong ditch the house, you know, where you knock on someone's door and run away and hide before they come out and find you. Yeah, I used to love doing that with my friends. This was more intense, though. This house had a crap ton of stairs we had to run down first before we could get away. Josh and I both counted 3, 2, 1. Then we both banged on the door at the same time like 5 times each and yelled trick or treat as loud and annoying as possible. We booked it down those stairs. I almost tripped and fell, but luckily I caught myself before I did. The strange man came out with a rifle and said, "You goddamn kids, y'all better not live to see another day." He pointed at us and actually shot. He shot like 4 or 5 times. He didn't land any of his shots on us at all, thankfully. We were able to walk away unscathed physically, but mentally, yeah, I think that screwed me up for life in some way. We ran home immediately, and we couldn't decide if we should tell my parents what happened. We both decided that we had to, even if it meant we would get in trouble. We told my parents everything, and they called the police. Police showed up and arrested the man, but the charges ended up getting dropped because he was deemed mentally insane. I was too young to understand then, but apparently, the old man living there was a retired Navy SEAL vet who had severe post-traumatic stress disorder and was in the beginning stages of dementia. Apparently, my parents kind of grew up around him because their parents knew him very well. My grandpa actually served with him in the Navy. The old man got sent to some sort of group home where he will live the rest of his life. My mom sent me to boot camp for the next 3 summers, and I was never allowed to go trick-or-treating again, nor was I allowed to hang out with Josh ever again. It was around 2012 to 2013. My brother was about 6 or 7 at the time, and we had just moved into a new house to be closer to school and for cheaper rent. It was a pretty nice house, all things considered. It even had a cozy fireplace for the winter. Anyway, my brother was really into Batman and had this Batman car that, if a button was pressed, made noises and lit up. It was basically his favorite toy, so he played with it often. Then one afternoon, he came inside from playing out back and told us he found something. Naturally, my mom and I asked what it was. It was a picture of a young boy, in the form of one of those tags you get if your parents paid extra for school photos. The picture was dirty and full of wear and tear, even to the point you couldn't see the year it was taken. We thought, okay, some parent lost their kid's picture, no big deal. Then my brother said something that confused me. "That's Magnus," he said. I looked at him with a facial expression that basically asked him to repeat himself. He did. He pointed at the picture and said, "This is Magnus. He's my friend." I slowly nodded my head as if I knew who he was talking about. The main reason this confused me is because my brother didn't make friends easily, and he had no friends that I knew of. This Magnus only came up once we had moved. I shrugged it off and figured he'd made friends with the next-door neighbors or something, and he somehow got the school picture as a keepsake. That night, around 2 a.m., when everyone in the house was asleep, I woke up to my brother talking. Naturally, annoyed, I walked into his room to tell him to go to bed or else he'd wake up our parents. It was weird because when I walked into his room, he was sitting up straight in his bed as if he was actually talking to someone and not just to himself or his toys. I told him to go to bed and went to bed myself. A couple of days later, my mom was talking to me about my brother and asked if I'd seen him get up at night. I said no, I'd woken up to him talking a few nights ago, but that was it. Why? She said he had been acting weird, but as usual, we both shrugged it off as him being a kid. Now, in my room, my bed was right across from my door. This meant if I turned over, I could see into the hallway right in front of me. One night, I woke up to use the bathroom, and since I was, and still am, very afraid of the dark, I left the hallway light on, knowing my dad would turn it off once he got up. I'd probably be asleep by then. I was lying in my bed, facing my door, when a sudden noise made me jump. It was my brother's damn Batman car making noises. I got up to tell my brother that he shouldn't be up this late playing. But when I got into his room, He was asleep in his bed, with the toy across the room on the floor still making noise. I walked over to it to turn it off and was finally able to go back to sleep. However, the following days, my brother wouldn't stop talking about Magnus. It was honestly starting to freak me out, so I went over to the neighbors' houses to the right and left of us. One house didn't even have kids, and the other was vacant. This started to worry me, but my dad said it was probably just an imaginary friend he came up with. I went along with it since I couldn't think of any other explanation. Almost every night, one of us, my mom, dad, or sister would say we heard my brother's toy making noise and had to go into the room to turn it off. I explained that I had to do it as well and once again brought up my brother talking to someone. One night, my dad swore up and down that the toy was probably motion activated. But when we bought it, there was no advertisement for motion activation. My sister and I were so unnerved by it that we started to sleep in my room together. I'm glad we did, otherwise, I'd probably write this off as a bad dream. My sister and I were talking, trying to keep each other calm and in good spirits, until we heard the dreaded noise of my brother's toy. We both looked toward my open door and into my brother's room, which was right across from mine. Our expressions turned to horror as we saw my brother's toy rolling past the door all on its own. We screamed and ran to our parents' room. They got mad at our brother, saying it was a cruel joke to play on us as we were already freaked out. What he said sent chills down my spine. It wasn't me. Magnus wanted to play. That night, the toy went into the trash, batteries taken out and all. My sister and I were relieved until the next day when my brother had the toy again. My parents accused him of getting it out of the trash, to which he responded, "Magnus got it for me." The toy was broken into small pieces and thrown away for the final time. My brother was obviously upset, but our parents got him a new Batman figurine, and everything was fine. It wasn't until about a week later, when we all felt that everything was okay now and that Magnus was gone, that something happened. My mom was cooking chicken breasts on the countertop with the George Foreman grill. She had come into the living room to ask us something, and then we all jumped as we heard a crash in the kitchen. We went in there to see the George Foreman grill halfway across the kitchen, as if it had been thrown. My mom swore it was nowhere near the edge, and my dad had no explanations. Nothing happened afterward, and we moved out about a year later. But to this day, I wonder if my brother's imaginary friend Magnus wasn't imaginary. A few months ago, I was driving back to school from visiting my parents. It's about a 2-hour drive, so I usually keep myself entertained with music. I'm a 5 feet 3 inches, 21-year-old female driving my dad's little old pickup truck alone in the leftmost lane of a 3-lane highway, dorking around to the music on the radio. Suddenly, I noticed a semi-truck going the exact same speed as me in the rightmost lane. Embarrassed for getting caught in dork mode, I stopped singing and tried to speed up so he couldn't see me anymore. He matched my speed, which ticked me off a little bit, so I looked at the driver, expecting to see some angry jerk. To my surprise, he was smiling and waving. Thrown off, I kind of chuckled and waved back. Big mistake. He moved over to the middle lane to be closer to me and now wouldn't stop smiling and waving. At first, I played nice, waving back a little because a semi-truck beats a tiny pickup truck any day. But I was mostly focusing on getting out of this guy's field of vision safely. I tried speeding up as fast as my truck would allow and slowing down as suddenly as I could without endangering anyone behind me, but he would just match my speed. If there was someone coming up in his lane, he'd move to the right at the last possible second and pass them before I could slow down and get behind them. He has a lot more practice with reckless maneuvering than I do, so he has me trapped and is using other cars to help him. The whole time, he's smiling, waving, and holding up the #1 sign for some reason I still don't know. His charm is rapidly fading as this continues for about 5 miles. I got worried and called 911. I gave them a description of the truck: white cargo truck, black cab with Sun Pennsylvania Company logo on it, and the driver was a balding, middle-aged tan guy with a dirty blue t-shirt. They advised me to pull off to the emergency shoulder on the left, but I had never done that and it looked too narrow, so I didn't feel comfortable doing that. At this point, he was passing someone else in the middle lane, and I finally had a chance to slow down and merge 2 lanes over to the rightmost lane. I started speeding past him so he couldn't trap me again. The operator told me to take the closest service plaza about 5 miles away. She said he probably wouldn't follow me, so I could stop there for a few minutes before getting back on the highway. She told me to call if he did follow me, but she was confident he probably wouldn't, so she hung up. Now he's still holding up the sign and smiling this creepy, increasingly perverted grin at me while I avoid eye contact. The service plaza is in a quarter mile, and I'm not using any turn signals, but I guess he knew what I was doing because he braked hard and merged behind me right at the last second to join me in exiting to the service plaza. After I got my heart to start back up from the coronary area just experienced, I called 911 again. The way this service plaza was set up was that semi-trucks had to use a separate lane winding to the right of the plaza that led to a parking lot behind the plaza just for big trucks. The rest of us used a smaller lane to park immediately in front of the plaza. I parked, and as I'm explaining to the new operator what's going on, I watched the semi creep around its path while the driver stared me down, smiling. I freaked out. He knew where I had parked. He knew where to find me. If I just stayed there, I thought maybe I could have floored it to get back on the highway, but I was afraid he would see me and follow me again. So, I drove to a gas station to the left of the plaza, which had a view of the semi-truck parking lot, hoping he wouldn't find me until the police came. The operator transferred me to the woman who was helping me before. She informed me that they had dispatched a couple of police cars but couldn't tell me how long they would be. I saw the trucker had gotten out of his truck and was heading towards me. Even though my windows were closed and my doors were locked, I was panicking on the phone with the operator. She told me the police should be there soon and that I should be safe there, so I should sit tight while I kept her updated. I wanted to at least drive back to the parking lot I was in before, but it was a one-way entrance to the gas station, so I couldn't. I glared at the trucker and showed him my phone when he came close. He finally stopped smiling and made it look like he was going into the service plaza. I looked in my right side view mirror and found him hiding behind a big white pillar in front of the plaza, staring at me again. I freaked out and asked the operator where the cops were and if I could leave because he was being ultra creepy. She told me to sit tight again because they should be there any minute, so I did. Then he came out of hiding and started walking towards my truck. I put it in drive just in case and told the operator what he was doing. I refused to make eye contact with him but kept watching my mirrors to make sure I knew where he was. The smile was back, and he started walking in circles around my truck, looking at it as if looking for a way to get in. I couldn't take it anymore. I waited until he circled back behind me, floored it, and told the operator I wasn't waiting one more second for the police. She apologized and told me the police would look for the man and talk to him if they found him, and that I should focus on getting home safely while keeping an eye out for him. I don't know if they did that or not, but I know none of that would have happened if I had my boyfriend with me. So not only can't I walk alone, but I also can't drive alone as a female. Nice to know. Around 8 years ago, I moved out of my mom's house into my first apartment in the city of Chicago. The place was a nice 3-bedroom apartment on the south side of the city in a friendly neighborhood by the University of Illinois. I lived with 2 roommates, Patrick and Kelsey. Kelsey was a good friend of mine, while Patrick was a good friend of Kelsey's who I had not met prior, although we ended up getting along just fine. One night, about a month after moving in, I met up with a few friends of mine for drinks at a bar more in the center of the city, around 15 minutes from my place. It was a good time, and I ended up getting slightly drunk before getting into a cab at 1 a.m. and heading home. Upon walking into my apartment, I noticed that Patrick's door was open, showing that he was staying at his girlfriend's place, while Kelsey's door was closed with the light from his TV shining underneath the crack. I made my way to my bedroom and put on my own TV before lying down to prepare for sleep. After around 10 minutes, I heard my doorbell ring. Half asleep, I woke up, confused as it was 1:30 in the morning, so I ignored it. A few seconds later, the doorbell rang again, and then again a few seconds after that. It's important to mention that my roommate Kelsey had a good amount of side cash by dealing weed to a few people. He was also a huge stoner himself, so the idea that he fell asleep while waiting for a late-night customer to come over was not out of the realm of possibility. With this in mind, I went over to my intercom and asked who was there. A girl's voice answered back, "It's Kaylee. I'm here to see Kelsey." Thinking that my suspicions had been confirmed, I exited out of my front door and headed down the stairs. The door to the outside of our apartment building was made of tall glass, so you could easily identify any potential visitors. Here, I saw an attractive college-age blonde girl with glasses waiting patiently outside. I had never seen this person before, however, she appeared to be non-threatening. Besides having random customers over to grab weed, Kelsey would also have some random girls over to hook up with from time to time. Because of this, I let my guard down slightly and cracked the door open. The girl then repeated what she had said moments earlier over the intercom, "Hi, I'm here to see Kelsey." I replied, "Okay, he's here. Just follow me up," and I held the door open for her. She grabbed the handle, and I turned around to head back up the stairs. As I was walking back up, I quickly noticed that this Kaylee girl was not following me up. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that she was still standing outside holding the door open, only now she was staring off to her right, almost as if waiting for someone. At this moment, a tidal wave of fear crashed over me as I realized something horrible was more than likely about to happen. I continued walking up to my place, quicker now. After turning the corner of the stairs, I heard the door swing open and then heavy footsteps running up the stairs behind me. I looked over my shoulder again, and what I saw shook me to my core. A tall, gangly man with sunken-in eyes and greasy long hair down to his shoulders was running up the stairs straight at me. He was wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt, and apart from the cheap-looking tribal tattoos I saw creeping up his arms, I noticed he was also holding what looked like a lead pipe in his right hand. At this moment, my body shot full of adrenaline as I turned around and raced back up the stairs and into my apartment. I turned around to close the door and saw the man, who was now only a few feet from entering my apartment, the pipe over his head. With less than a second to spare, I slammed the door and locked it in one swift motion. Immediately after, I heard the thud of the pipe hit my door. I stood facing the now closed door, paralyzed, as the man hit the door 3 more times while shouting obscenities at me. He eventually gave up and ran down the stairs and out the front door. I ran into Kelsey's room to wake him up. After telling him what exactly had just gone down, he responded by telling me that, yes, he knew a blonde girl named Kaylee, only he had just met her earlier the same day. Apparently, While I was out with my friends, the doorbell rang while Kelsey was home alone. Instead of going down to let her in himself, Kelsey buzzed her up after just hearing her name, thinking she was a friend of mine. When she reached the door to our unit, he opened it and let her in. He said it seemed like she was confused, mentioning that she was looking for someone named Felix. Kelsey responded by saying his own name and that no one named Felix lived here. He mentioned she stayed near the entrance of the unit and kept reaching behind her to make sure the door stayed open before leaving only a few moments later. After hearing this, my theory is that these same people came earlier in the day and, not expecting to have someone just let them up through the buzzer, the girl made the mistake of forgetting to keep the door to the building open, rendering the attacker unable to enter during this first attempt. Either way, we both got extremely lucky that night. We did call the police, who arrived and asked for more information about what happened. They asked if there was anyone we knew who might want to do us harm, and we answered no, which was the truth, as this seemed to be a completely random attack. The cops left soon after, saying that there was nothing much they could do. We never saw that Kaylee girl or her scumbag partner again.